Day 2. We're here. We're ready to go live on the Football Card Quest. We've got the live draft tracker up. We're going to talk about the biggest winners and losers from yesterday, including DeAndre Swift and a bunch of other players. But, kind of jumps off. But is he really a loser? We're going to talk about that. We're going to look at all the latest eBay intel. We've got some special guests tuning in tonight. Looks like the run on tight ends is going to start tonight. The Steelers are on the clock right now, maybe in the next couple minutes. I don't have the actual national broadcast pulled up at the moment. Got Derek Richard in the house already, man. What is up, Derek? Richard in the house. Kent Merritt. And it looks like our first guest has arrived. Let's welcome him to the stream. Corey from Late Sticks Cards and Collectibles. Got the Ohio State shirt on, man.
You know it. Bring the hate. I'm ready for it. I get hated on everywhere, so it'll be nothing new. Especially living in the Midwest. If I'm not a KU or K-State fan, it's like I'm ostracized, so I'm used to it.
Well, hey, so how do you feel about the landing spot at 2 for C.J. Stroud to the Houston Texans?
He's going to have it rough. I mean, there was a lot of smoke and mirrors this last week to get him to get pushed down the draft. I don't know why, the fake score and everything else. I think he landed where he was going to land. I think Bryce Young, as much as, being an Ohio State homer, I mean, there's not a lot of knocks on the kid. He's smart. He's very high Wonderlic tested to pass all the character. That's my son. I have to watch him. My wife's Girl Scout thing with my daughter, so he's gonna be running around. He passed all the tests. I mean, CJ Stroud has it. I think he's the best pro ready. I think he's the most pro ready right now. He better be, because he's gonna be running for his life in Houston. So I wish him the best of luck. And I also want to commend all those guys last night who bought college cards last year for Stroud and got the Bowman first and sold them. I wasn't that ballsy. So.
Yeah, because he came out in last year's set, right? The 2021.
Him and Bryce Young both did. I have some of my bonds like pennies on the dollar like 4 or 5 months ago.
That was the move. So that means this summer we got to start loading up on Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I would. And the Bowman First product that came out, about a month or so ago, I would be all over that probably. I would wait for it to cool down a little bit, obviously. But, yeah, so I got the C.J. Stroud Shimmer for like $8. And his pink for $5, and I pulled one of his pinks because I bought a couple boxes. So now I didn't look what they were selling for raw last night, but we saw the grading one go for like $135, just the shimmer. So gonna send it off to the upgrade shop.
So do you agree with me in the fact that DeAndre Swift was the biggest loser from the draft last night, with the Lions drafting Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama at 12? Or is it Tyler Algier for Atlanta Falcons? I mean, he's pretty much dust now after the all-world running back Bijan Robinson's drafted at 8.
I don't think Tyler Algier. I like the kid, but I don't think he's not an every down back. That's just my personal opinion. I think he can carry the load. I don't think he's a lot like Pollard. I think you get on the ball, they're electric, but I don't think they're a 20, 25 carry kind of guy like Bijan is. And Bijan can play all 3 rounds. He can block. He can pick up blitzes and stuff like that. I mean, DeAndre Swift, there's been whispers from that organization for the past like year and a half. Just somebody just whispering stuff out like they don't want him. They know he can't stay healthy. So, I mean, maybe somebody can get him for dirt cheap and he can stay healthy for a season. I don't see any reason for them to keep him. My honest opinion.
To keep Swift or Tyler Algier?
Tyler Algier will be good. Good to spell him.
Yeah, good to have as a backup, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen over the years, I get it. Bijan's an all-star, all-world talent. Drafting a running back that low. I mean, I'm a Zeke homer. He lasted 5 years and broke down. Saquon, how much more juice does he have? You just can't. I think you could have got Bijan later, and you definitely could have got the other kid later. This is just my personal opinion. It's a lot of draft capital to waste on somebody that is. Like, look at Saquon. Guy can't stay on the field either. Zeke stayed on the field for 5 seasons. Now he's 28 years old and broken down.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you look at the rookie season that Saquon had, I mean, I think that's the kind of rookie season we could be potentially looking at for Bijan Robinson here. I do think that he's going to have Jonathan Taylor type prices in his rookie season because of how much the Falcons run the ball and how much draft capital they now have invested in him, and how, Cordell Patterson's probably going to be shifted to being almost purely a receiver. Bijan's going to get pretty much as many carries as he can handle, because if you look at Arthur Smith's last year in Tennessee, he handed the ball out to Derrick Henry 378 times. So this guy absolutely wants to run the rock down the field, and Bijan's going to be a big part of that. So it's like, some of the experts and analysts that I've been listening to, the guys that have followed Bijan since high school, they say he's the best running back prospect to come out of college since Adrian Peterson. Like, this guy can handle the workload. He's supposed to be all-world talent.
Yeah, that's not good for Tyler Algier. I mean, I think the Falcons are going to be very much like Baltimore. Going to run the ball 35 times a game, 40 times a game, and don't have to worry about Lamar throwing the ball down the field, or in this case, Desmond Ridder having to take all the pressure off of him. Otherwise, they're just not going to do well. I mean, I guess they could suck it up one more season and go after a quarterback next year like Caleb Williams. They're going to run the ball 40 times a game. I don't see how they don't.
Yeah, I honestly think that Bijan by September is going to be like an end of the first round fantasy pick in redraft leagues. He's probably going to go early first round in your dynasty leagues, depending on the format, like Superflex. Obviously, probably Anthony Richardson and Stroud and Young are still going to maybe go before him because they're quarterbacks. But in like a standard format league, he's definitely the 1.1.
Oh, yeah.
And
he'll be a first round pick.
And
they're going to give him the ball 25 times a game. That the volume alone makes him a first round pick, and he's going to get all the goal line work. So, I mean,
yeah.
What else? I mean, he's first round pick, maybe not, top end, but definitely right around the turn, maybe even earlier, depending on how, somebody feels about him. You know how crazy people can be.
Yeah, the fear of missing out, right?
Bijan Robinson. Well, and definitely in redraft formats and definitely in a dynasty league, man, he's gonna be second or third pick. I'm sure Stroud and the other two guys will probably go for him. Maybe, I don't know. Never know. As running backs, more and more. It used to be I played fantasy football for a long time, and it's always you better take running back, and then you just fill in. That has always been the mantra for years and years. Now it's like, how many running backs are the running back? 6, 7. I mean, after that, you lose. I mean, it's just you're getting running back by committee or a guy that's great for best ball. One week he's going to pop off, next week he's going to disappear. So
those bell cows are rare, right?
But then again, in a two-quarterback league.
This is the thing with DeAndre Swift, and this is why I may take a little bit of a contrarian stance here to my initial reaction. Obviously, he's done in Detroit. They don't like him in Detroit. He's done. But the guy is very talented. He just has really struggled with injuries. But when he is on the field, he's a great receiver. He can pretty much score from anywhere on the field. He can break those big breakaway runs and score for 60-plus yard touchdowns. And he's the odd man out clearly in Detroit now after they spend the number 12 overall pick on sub 4.4 Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama, who's also a good receiver. And it's got that incredible speed like Swift has got too. So, and then they already spent all this money in free agency on David Montgomery. So I think though Swift is going to be traded. Like, I would love to see him being traded today. He might be traded tonight. He might be traded this weekend. He may be traded in a month, but he's definitely going to be traded before September. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think if he can fit somewhere like the Tony Pollard role, where Tony didn't have to take all the, short yardage stuff, like Zeke ate all the 3rd and 1s, but Tony still got the ball 15 to 20 times a game. He wasn't taking a lot of hits. I think if he can get in a role like that, somewhere where he's not the main guy, I think he'll be all right. But you put him in there for more than 15, 20 carries, he breaks his toe in the first game, and he's out for 6 weeks. So there's no reason to keep him. I still think Montgomery's going to be fine. Detroit just got the running back they wanted in DeAndre Swift, someone who can stay healthy and touch the ball 15 times a game, 5-6 receptions, 10, 12 carries. They got their man. Montgomery's going to be 12, 15 touchdown guy maybe because he's going to get all. I'm assuming he's going to be just a carbon copy of Jamal Williams, but also Montgomery can do it all as well, really. I mean, he can pass block, he good third down back, but he's getting up there in carries, and he's got a year or two left in him. So, yeah, Swift. I agree with Derek. Swift, they're not going to get much for him. They're lucky to get a 4th or 6th round pick for sure.
And this is the last year of his rookie contract. So, but let me float this out there for you, because I already see Filthy bringing this up in the chat here. Now he's talking about Bijan there in his 1.1, and I would definitely go with it if it's not super flex. But the potential landing spots for DeAndre Swift are very, very appealing. Think about the teams that could potentially trade for Swift, whether it's the Eagles. Like if you compare Swift to the remaining running backs on the draft board, you could argue he's just as good as any one of those guys. He's got early 2nd round draft capital. He is still 24 years old, Corey. So, I mean, maybe, it's just a bad run of some injuries, and a new team is the fresh start that he needs. And he goes to let's say he goes to the Eagles behind that elite offensive line and that epic dynamic run offense. So he could go there. What about the Chiefs? What if the Chiefs pick him up? I mean,
Chiefs is like the place running backs go to die, man.
With the hype, the hype would be there.
Oh, for sure. For sure it'd be there, because if Mahomes gets in the ball 5 or 6 times a game, that could be fantasy points. But the Chiefs are a lot like I guess Bill Belichick, man. You just don't know what you're going to get. 1 week's Jerick McKinnon, and Edwards-Helaire has a couple touchdowns, and it's like, I live in this area. In fact, I should have probably went to the draft since it's here. Well, I don't know why I didn't do that. Well, I know why I didn't do that because wife's at a Girl Scouts meeting. That's why.
Yeah, it's some family obligations.
Yeah. Got to watch the 5-year-old so they don't burn the house down. So. Yeah, I think Swift's got a lot of good landing spots. It's just, can he stay healthy? We know he's a stud. When he gets any work at all, he turns 10 touches into 20 fantasy points.
Yeah. Like I'm definitely not spending any kind of significant money on Swift. But I think that right now, before he gets traded, because he could land on the Eagles, he could land on the Chiefs, he could land on the Chargers. What if the Chargers call Austin Eckler's bluff there and they actually trade him?
No one's paying Eckler. Running backs don't get paid anymore. Zeke messed that up for everybody. Actually, he made it better for everybody. The teams just don't give more than a good running backs more than $5 or $6 million a year. Just not going to happen. He's not going to get the money. I ain't gonna lie. I know there's some other DeAndre Swift homers in the channel, and I ain't gonna lie. I bought some of his cards. I didn't spend more than $10 on one DeAndre Swift. I bought a bunch of his select field level prisms for like $10. A bunch of his blue prism, non-numbered, from anywhere from $6 to $8 last year. Just hoping he would pop off, and he did right in the beginning, and then he broke down. We call him here when we running backs like that. When I used to live in Las Vegas, we used to call him the cat bus, because the cat bus was a city bus, and that shit was always broken down. So we just call him the cat bus. He's a cat bus. You be sitting on a street corner waiting for the bus, and the bus just never shows up, and then because it always broken down.
It was a nice bus though, probably, right? When it did run,
when it worked. But kind of get what you pay for, right? I mean, I wouldn't touch any of his higher end stuff. I could buy his Prism Silver field levels for $3 or $4 right now. I'd buy several of those. And if he does pop off, dump him, double your money, triple your money if you're lucky. But he just even when he did well, he just wasn't getting any love. Because when I was buying those cards, he'd have that first couple good games. Like, I gotta be able to dump these, right?
We got a pick in from the Pittsburgh Steelers, Joey Porter Jr., defensive back from Penn State.
I think he was best available, minus the guy who's probably going to slip to the 3rd round or 4th round. The Levis kid, everybody's speculating, right? Everybody's trying to justify why he slipped. They say he's has some maybe some personality issues. That's why he might have slipped. Not going to get into it too much.
I've heard some odd stuff. There's also, the inaccuracy issues about his touchdown to interception ratio, a broken toe that maybe not be fully hasn't been fully reported on. or diagnosed. So I think that's a concern. But I didn't watch the national broadcast last night, but I can only imagine that guy was sweating.
Well, I saw the pictures. He didn't look very happy. Let's just put it that way. There's a lot of memes floating around about him, but is what it is.
So the Cardinals are back on the clock at 33, and this is part of a pick trade that happened yesterday with Houston. Back on the clock at 33. I got to think they built. They got a tackle. They got the top tackle in the draft yesterday in Paris. Paris Harrington for Kyler Murray. I think that was a Kyler Murray influenced pick, and they probably go defense here if I had to guess.
Well, their defense sucks, but are they going to lose D-Hop? I mean,
yeah, that's the trade I've been waiting for.
D-Hop don't want to play there anymore. Why would he? He's the same deal, character issue quarterback. So I wouldn't want to play for a guy like that either if I was D-Hop.
Yeah, I'm waiting for DeAndre Hopkins to be traded.
Yeah, they need offensive line and defensive help. I mean, you can get receivers later in the draft that can pan out. So they definitely need defensive help. I mean, everywhere. I don't think their whole team was just not good.
So what's your stance on the rookie product versus veteran cards, rookie cards versus veteran cards? What has your experience been in between those two? What do you prefer? What have you kind of seen there?
I really, unless it's like favorite player, I only buy rookie cards. That's it. I don't mess with anything else. I've learned a lot of lessons over the I got back into this hard in 2015, so I took about a 15-year break. So like a lot of these people out there, I got some Zeke cards, obviously some graded Zeke cards that are rookie cards that are higher end cards and stuff, just because he's my favorite player, regardless of what he does anymore. Just I stay away from, unless it's like gold or something really high end. Because to me, they just don't hold the value unless it's like Mahomes. It doesn't matter what Mahomes. You pull a gold Mahomes, no matter if it's 10 years old, it's worth money. It just kind of depends on the player too, I think. But pretty much rookie cards are bust. Most of the players I collect, I don't collect past their rookie season.
All right, we got breaking news here on the Quest. Corey, the Cardinals move back again with the Tennessee Titans. The Tennessee Titans moved up from pick 41 to pick 33. And I've got to think this is Levis. This has got to be Will Levis here.
Well, they're getting him at bargain basement price now. They don't got to pay. His rookie contract's going to be crap. They got to pay, I think, $36 million this year to. Man, I wish I could be an average quarterback and get paid $36 million to Tannehill. So this would be Tannehill's last year. It makes sense for them to draft Levis here, especially at this. If they don't draft him here, he's not going to get drafted. No, there's nobody else that's going to take him. I don't see anybody taking him anytime soon. They might get him down. Hell, they might be able to get him in the third round, but they're moving up. They must think he's going to get taken. But we'll see. Yeah,
because you also had the Lions, who really threw us for a curveball yesterday in picking Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, but then picking an off-ball linebacker in what is his name? Jack Campbell? Like, this is the Dan Campbell guy right here. That had Dan Campbell written all over it. Picking Jack Campbell, tobacco chewing, linebacker in the middle. There you go. Pick is in.
Detroit just threw me for a loop. Off-ball linebackers can always be taken later unless they're like Edmonds, who's a freak of nature. And a running back they didn't necessarily need, but hey, I don't get paid the big bucks to make the decisions.
Tennessee Titans moved up to 33 to take Will Levis, quarterback from Kentucky.
Makes sense. I mean, I guess apparently somebody else might have some interest in him, I guess. I mean, they're getting him at – they just basically going to sign some guy probably 3 to 4 years at half of what they would have had to pay him. So maybe they knew something in the first round. They knew he was going to slip. Because them owners they'd like to talk to each other.
Yeah, and this is the final year, like you mentioned, Ryan Tannehill's contract. He's 35 years old. There were signs of decline last year. They added the weapons in Treylon Burks. I think you could definitely see him take a step forward with the arm of Will Levis, one of the best arms in the draft in terms of strength. Just doesn't necessarily have that accuracy.
Well, if Tannehill ends up sucking the first 6 or 8 weeks, you just throw Levis in there for the last 8 and just see what you got. I mean, you just got to give him the experience if Tannehill's not going to be the guy. I know they're paying him $36 million, which is mind-boggling to me, but Tannehill, average quarterback, gets $36 million, the greatest running back in the world, will only even get 7 or 8 million. But yeah, I like Levis. I mean, he's got all the physical tools. He's just got to be able to put it together. But a guy like that who plays at Kentucky, throwing as many interceptions, is not dominating as much as he was. Granted, he had some coaching musical chairs and had some injuries, but man, I mean, he's yoked. I don't know if you've seen pictures of the kid. He's a freaking monster. He's got all the physical tools for sure.
Yeah. I mean, any quarterback. I think it's going to be a boost for Treylon Burks for sure. Ryan Tannehill really declined last year, and Malik Willis is terrible. So somebody that can actually push the ball down the field. I know that's not really the game plan in Tennessee, but their defense had a lot of holes last year too. So it's like they're gonna have to start throwing the ball more, especially with Derrick Henry getting older too. It's like they're gonna have to start throwing the ball more. And I would love to see Treylon Burks break out.
Almost a year older than Zeke, but a little less carries. I agree with Derek. I wouldn't have touched Levis with a 10-foot pole, honestly, but that's just my personal opinion. I don't know about Bus, but I have a hard time drafting a kid from a school that didn't play anybody really and didn't really do as well as he should. Kind of like somebody like Zach Wilson,
Pick is in for the Detroit Lions.
Here we go, another running back. Oh. They used to be the king of the wide receivers, drafting a wide receiver in the first 5 picks like 5 or 6 years in a row.
The Lions select Sam Laporta, tight end from Iowa.
Well, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
6'3",
they could even win tight end in their second pick in the first round. I thought that's where they were going to go, but Buffalo got the best guy off the board, so.
And that's I think that's kind of mixed opinions. A lot of people would rather have seen Buffalo take a guy in the trenches, a guy in the defense, or Michael Mayer from Notre Dame.
Are they not re-signing Dustin Knox?
And that's the thing. Dawson Knox is also on the roster.
Yeah, if they're re-signing him, I don't understand why they even made the pick, especially since this kid is mostly receiving tight end and not much of a blocker.
Mm-hmm.
So you just basically got another wide receiver. So I mean, we all know the Gabe Davis story. He's their third wide receiver and he's doesn't get any touches. What's this guy going to get? I mean, I don't know. Maybe just another weapon for them to throw the ball 50 times a game like they normally do. But Iowa always pumps out good tight ends and offensive linemen. They've been known for that for sure.
Gotta be developmental.
Yeah, I like a big guy who's going to catch and block for you, though, no matter what. Yeah, I didn't watch too much of him this year. I watched one Iowa game. That was it. You're going to watch a lot of football, and you got little children around, unfortunately.
Yeah, their attention span for stuff like that is pretty short.
if my wife is very understanding when it comes to football, otherwise I would never be able to watch football. I get to watch the Ohio State game in the red zone on Sunday, and then it's good to go.
Yeah, the best time is when your team plays in primetime game, which I'm sure that didn't happen all too often for the Commanders. Oh, except for that, you guys beat Philadelphia on Monday night. That's right.
Yeah. We were 7-5, ready for the playoffs, and then I don't know what happened. I know what happened. We put Carson Wentz back. I can't even. When they brought Eric Bieniemy, I was like, yeah, we got rid of Ron Rivera. No, we just kept him and brought in Eric Bieniemy. It's like, we did get rid of
How do you feel about the new ownership?
I'm a 76ers guy. Charles Barkley's my favorite player as a kid. I've kind of just followed him ever since. Love it. Dan Snyder was a cancer. I mean, their facility was not even 20 years old, and it's falling apart, and they like F's on every rating when they did the players rated like the facilities from each team. Like Washington was like one of the worst. Dan Snyder was not putting any money into him, not to mention, the 6,000 scandals he was. See, same thing happened in Dallas. Jerry Jones buys him, sticks his nose in all the business. They can't win. They just never win anymore. So I'm so happy they got rid of him. I just wish they took coach with him.
Ooh, we got another trade. The Raiders just moved up with the Colts. It looks like the Raiders just traded with the Colts. Yep, the Colts are trading number 35 to the Raiders. Don't have the full details on that pick yet. I don't have the full details yet. I mean, we're moving pretty quick here. I don't have the full details yet on the
It's better than last night. You could have took a nap in between picks and looked like towards the end you might have been sleeping there a couple of times, especially after about the second, third beer.
Lions draft is rough.
Raiders always screw the draft up, so I'm not even trying to speculate who they're gonna take.
I can't believe they took Sam Laporta over Michael Mayer. Look at that. The Raiders moved up to take Michael Mayer. They're like they were shocked that the Lions passed up on Michael Mayer for Sam Laporta. They moved up, got him, got their guy. That makes sense after trading Darren Waller.
Was the number one guy on the board, wasn't he? Technically, if you go by PFF, wasn't Mayer the number one?
He was. He actually was. Yeah, it didn't test all that well.
Laporta, you look at Laporta and you look at Mayer. Laporta is a monster, a beast, as Derek said. I mean,
6'5", 249 for Mayer, and Laporta's 6'3", 245. So technically, Mayer's got 2 inches on him. Mayer's a little bit.
The arms on Laporta. Mayer's not. Mayer's built too.
I did, but I think Mayer's a little bit bigger. I just don't think he's quite as fast.
Well, you got a number one draft pick. The Raiders finally made a decent pick. They got a first-round pick in the second round. Good job, Raiders. Raiders are, they like to mess up the draft pretty much almost every year.
Yeah,
they've been horrible. There was a time period there where Detroit would draft a wide receiver at the top 5 pick every year for like 4 or 5 years in a row, and they just strike out until they got Calvin, which tear for him. I get it, though. He threw in the towel because his team was never going to be any better. Just did the Barry Sanders on him. Yeah, Notre Dame pumps out tight ends, too. I mean, Notre Dame, Penn State, Iowa, always pumping out tight ends. Cole Kmet, wasn't he Notre Dame kid?
Cole Kmet. Yeah, we were looking up Michael Mayer's prices, rookie card prices last night. I mean, they're pricey, man. They're up there, dude. There's so many bids.
He comes from Notre Dame, man. Notre Dame popular. I mean, they might not be able to put it together anymore, like they used to back in the late 80s and 90s and way back when like Sarkisian was the coach, but still got a huge fan base.
Got Larry in the house for day 2. Andrew Perry. Derek says Darnell Washington is the next tight end. Got David Mills in the house. It's been a while for a good draft for the Raiders.
Yeah, I concur. Man, you'd like want to go the Raiders. Who wouldn't want to? I mean, there's some bad things about living in Vegas. I know I lived there for like 15 years, but man, the facility's brand new. As soon as you got Al Davis is RIP, he's no longer messing the team up. You just you just can't get a coach in there. That's one of the problems. I mean, a beautiful stadium.
So I saw this tweet today that Antonio Brown is going to the Ravens.
That guy's nuts, man. I don't
but
know.
I think that's just him. Is that him just projecting that he wants to go there?
Well, I could have seen it if his cousin was still there, Marquise Brown, but I can't see it now. Why would anybody even pay him $1 to come play? I mean, he probably still got it. Man. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to be nice, but yeah, he's nuts. He's a drama queen. He's a diva. I think a couple of them concussions, that shot he took from Burfict about 3 or 4 years ago, and then when Juju Smith-Schuster knocked Burfict out later in the game, I think that might have rattled his brain a little bit.
Yeah. I think
I don't
you
know.
might
Maybe.
be right.
I mean, he ain't going to get the ball. I mean, how many times Lamar throw the ball a game? 15, 20? And you know who gets 8 or 10 of those targets? Unless Lamar starts throwing, that's just where wide receivers go to die. They have no reason to draft a wide receiver. Draft a lineman, draft like 5 running backs, and a tight end. Good to go.
I haven't seen the national broadcast of the draft, so I don't know what Andrew Perry is referring to here. I guess they're showing the player. They're showing player signatures on the draft graphics. Yeah, I would be. Heck yeah, man. Because I don't know. Does bad penmanship bug you at all, Corey?
Lazy autographs, I won't buy. I don't like them. It does. It does bother me a little bit. Like I don't know. Here, I don't got my LaMelo Ball, but I'd show you my LaMelo Ball redemption that I got. That's lazy auto. Same with like Luka and some other guy. Like basketball is real bad. But he signed it like it looks like Mister. I mean, like, come on, man. I know Panini ain't paying you the big bucks to sign these cards, but you're signing these cards for kids, for fans. Don't be lazy. Yeah. I don't like people just give it like a squibble. And then I can see the guys. You can see guys that like when they first sign, it's like all this nice, and then you go like year 2, year 3, then year 4, and it kind of just goes down to nothing. Meaning, I know I'm an Antonio Gibson homer. I'm not too AG. You can get a little better.
It's a very clean AG though.
It is. Zeke Elliott's always liked the 3 E's, and then sometimes he would sign his number. So I got several of his autos that I'm more than way upside down on. And I even bought those like in 2016.
We got another pick. From the LA Rams, they take TCU Horned Frog guard Steve Avila. Get that offensive line. Man, their line has not been the same since Andrew Whitworth retired. Matt Stafford got destroyed last year.
Yeah.
He needs that protection big time. So I'd say, yes, any offensive line pick is good. I like it. Looks like 75% of PFF users like that pick too.
Yeah, there's offensive linemen are always like the safe go-to. Most of the time when you draft an offensive lineman high, they end up turning out to be either good or great. If there is a safe pick in the draft, it's usually a lineman for the most part.
Yeah, man. Build the trenches, build around those guys.
That's the number one. And just my personal opinion, that's the number one place you need to build the O-line. You don't got no line, it don't matter what else you got. You can't kind of throw the ball, run the ball, no matter how good your defense is, they're on the field too long.
I would have rather seen the Bucs pick an offensive lineman last night instead of this guy, Kalijah Cansey. You could see 33rd team is full of NFL analysts rated the Bucs first-round draft pick a D. Not too crazy about that, but I will say that Rachaad White is a winner because they did not draft a running back yet. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they do draft some depth for Rachaad White, but it's important. Draft capital is important. Corey, how much stock do you put in draft capital? You know, Derek is a very big advocate of draft capital and how that directly correlates to the usage and the opportunities that players get on these teams in the NFL, which drives performance and, you know, production and fantasy points and rookie card values and all that.
Oh, it definitely drives the market. I mean, it's much better for a first-round Alabama guy running back to go to your team than maybe somebody from TCU or – I mean, it's just the pedigree and everything else is going to help drive it, period. And especially if you're slapping there's high pressure, you know he's going to perform because you know where he's coming from. You know, any of those big schools at all, plug my team, the Buckeyes, Alabama, Georgia. I mean, Georgia's just been pumping out. I mean, granted, defensive players don't get enough love, but they just been pumping out the stud defensive guys lately. And, you know, especially, you know, it's like Jonathan Taylor when he came out. I mean, came out from Big Ten school, Wisconsin wasn't a big one, but definitely helped his exposure and helped his obviously his card prices. It definitely drives the prices, man. If no one wants there's somebody to take somebody from Middle Tennessee State in the first round and be like, it's just might be the best guy in the draft, but it's just not gonna feed into the card prices or the hype. You want him to come from a big school that has the hype already, and you know he's going to be good as soon as he steps on the field. Quarterbacks kind of works a little bit differently.
Bijan Robinson, baby.
Yeah.
So we got another pick in here from the Seattle Seahawks, and they have gone Derek Hall, edge rusher from Auburn, at pick 37 here. 6'3", 254. Pretty good speed there. Best comparable to David Ojabo. I like the athletics.
He's got room to put on a little size too.
You think so?
Yeah. 250's not. He's fast though. He's a good edge. He'd be a good edge rusher. Probably won't be I don't think he'll personally be a 4-down guy. He's not the guy you're putting in to stop the run. But you don't need him for that.
Yeah, you want him to get home to that quarterback. Yeah. Seattle been boosting up the defense, going with Devin Witherspoon round 1. Now Derek Hall round 2. They added to I couldn't think of the guy's name. I don't know. Tariq Woolen was his name that I was thinking of last night. That had a really good rookie season. That they just crushed the draft last year in Seattle. So I like where their heads at, man.
Seattle's going to be good.
They also got Jackson Smith and Jigba for Geno Smith to work behind alongside of Tyler Lockett.
You know, I gotta love that pick. Yeah, because I'm a Ohio State homer, but he's not gonna get his numbers won't be there. Tyler Lockett's gonna have to go, but good person to be underneath and get some love and be the slot receiver. But then Lockett's a slot receiver, so that's when Jigba did most of his damage. So we'll see how they actually use him.
Yeah, and Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, really good though.
He's getting old, man, and you know. They're definitely gonna like Smith. Najibba is gonna get, I think, a lot of volume out of the gate. I think he'll step in at pretty decent. Like even if it's not the greatest landing spot because it's kind of a crowded wide receiver room, but I mean I think he should at least garner like a 15% target share. And
I can see him getting 60 catches. I can see him getting 60 catches. I just don't think it's much higher than that. I just don't think there's the volume there. I still don't. I know Geno had a good year last year. I still don't trust him. I saw 7 or 8 years of mediocrity out of the guy, and then all of a sudden he's just the most efficient passer in the NFL. We'll see. But, I mean, Lockett, like you say, but Lockett is that guy who's never taken hits. He just runs out of bounds, he slides. He's that longevity guy. He's got to be, what, mid-30s at least? I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, Lockett is he's about 32.
Derek, I can be worried about anything. We'll be 13-0 again this year. I'm not worried about it, buddy. You can run all over us. You're not going to win. You're not going to win.
Braylon Allen.
We just replaced 5-star quarterbacks with 5-star quarterbacks and 5-star players everywhere. We'll blow it to Michigan again, and then everybody be mad that we make the playoffs, and we'll hand it to Georgia again on a silver platter, and we'll lose the playoff game. That's pretty much par for the course.
Oh yeah, the Eagles basically have the entire Georgia defense at this point. I mean, they have a Georgia Bulldog national championship defense that is just plus Hassan Reddick and all the guys they already had there. I mean, it's just the Eagles are going to run it back. They've got to be the favorites to win the Super Bowl right now. Got to be, right?
I don't know how they couldn't be. Defense alone. That defense with an average offense can win the Super Bowl. And yes, Derek, I do love Marvin Harrison Jr. as well.
Which begs the question: Are you a Jalen Hurts investor? What's your Jalen Hurts collection investment portfolio?
I missed the window. I missed the window.
You missed the window.
You could still buy him now. He's still cheaper than the couple of the other guys, but I mean, if you were going to invest in him, it should have been last year, early on, or sometime in his rookie season. I don't think he's a risk at this point in time because I think he's always got his legs, and their defense is so good. He's going to be on the field a ton. I mean, he's going to have so many opportunities, and that's more than I want to spend. Even now, Justin Field cards are more than I want to spend on him, and I have spent a lot, but I caught him in a good window, so I got lucky with Fields. I like Jalen, but his cards are no.
What?
If it was a PC guy, I probably would look to invest in a couple of them, but not for any purpose of flipping at this point in time.
We got to pick in from the Falcons. Tackle Matthew Bergeron.
I agree, Derek.
From Syracuse. Sounds like it sounds like a massive human being. JSN highlights still rolling. Ooh, he's gonna be good.
Yeah, you see Jackson Smith and Jigba's Rose Bowl game 2 years ago. You see his 300
no, I'm not.
Broke all Rose Bowl records. He just destroyed Utah. It was this sad Utah just got beat by one guy. And Jigba's real deal. I wish he would have played this year. Not that we didn't have a stable wide receivers already, but it's for him. It's smart for him to sit out, let it heal, because he got drafted. He got a good spot, good coach, good spot. Especially if he's going to be a great dynasty pick. Because as soon as Lockett is out, it's in him and DK for 4 or 5 years. Just hope that their quarterback can keep the duct tape on his arm long enough for him to get him the ball.
So we were talking about Jalen Hurts, and you said you missed the window, but you hit.
I think I did. His cards are too expensive now, in my personal opinion. You might be able to catch some. If you can catch some deals on it, I still think there's room to grow, but there's not much as there was. I was looking to get some. I sold them all. As soon as he had his first good game this year, I dumped everything I had of his. Nothing of any real super. I had a few of his field level silvers of his rookie that I bought for like $40 initially. And I got two. I bought a bunch of twos of that $30-$40 range that I doubled, tripled the money. I still wanted to send some of those posts to somebody then, but I didn't want to do it.
We got another highly fantasy relevant pick in. Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver from Mississippi, goes to Carolina Panthers. A new weapon for Bryce Young from Ole Miss. Jonathan Mingo, how is he going to fit in?
Gotta love the name. He's got size too.
Go check out Jonathan Mingo's.
Yep. Yeah, he's 6'2", like 225 or something like that, 220.
Man, 6'1", 226, 32-inch arms. Look at that catch radius, that speed, burst. Best comparable to Alan Lazard, but 96 percentile height-adjusted speed score.
He's fast 22. With size.
Wow.
He's fast with size. Now can he catch?
That's a big boy right there for a wide receiver. 4-star recruit. Make sure you guys hit the.
You look at him on paper. That's an awesome, phenomenal pick. I didn't obviously see too much of him, but it looks like he's a big boy. He's built like a running back.
I like that downhill speed right there.
Oh yeah. Ooh. Oh, look at that one-handed catch. Oh, I guess the answer whether he could catch or not.
So he's got size. He's going to play on the outside
for sure.
You got Laviska Shenault. You got DJ Chark on the outside. I guess you move Terrace Marshall around. This kind of is not the greatest draft selection for Terrace Marshall. It's going to be definitely it'll be interesting to see who Bryce Young develops chemistry with, because Bryce Young has that incredible all-world processing capability and being able to read the defense and pick them apart across the middle, and just his scan progression is insane. So this could be a scenario where you want to draft these guys in best ball, but none of them finish as a top 5 wide receiver, even though Bryce Young throws for 4,000 yards or something like that.
I think there's going to be an odd man out there. As Shark can't stay healthy. Laviska's not really done anything. I think he stepped into a good situation. I think he could easily be number 2 or number 1. Just my personal opinion. I think Bryce Young's going to come out. I think he's going to be just fine. So I don't know. He might have some more camaraderie with a guy just come straight out, rookie class maybe. Terrace Marshall looked good when he played.
Yeah.
I love DJ Shark, man. Can't like I love my kids. That song's been drilled in my brain. So, da 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 da. The little shark song that they always
Yeah.
tell you. Yeah.
DJ Shark,
I love it. DJ Shark just can't stay healthy. I mean, I don't know.
Right.
We'll see.
But I can't get that 1,200-yard rookie season out of my mind with Gardner Minshew. That potential.
Yeah, he started off good a couple years ago too, and then got hurt. Had a couple decent games right off the bat when Trevor Lawrence came out, and then he got hurt, and then and Chenault, man, I got some of his stuff. I mean, I bought him for like $1, $2 for like field level silvers and stuff. I've been waiting for 2 years to get rid of those. They're just sitting there gathering dust. In fact, I took him out yesterday, and there was actually dust on them. Wiped them off like, hey, is this the year, buddy? Is this the year I can dump you? They're just probably going to get sent to ComC is probably what's going to happen. I got a whole
Do you have a pretty big? You have a pretty big collection over at ComC?
I have about 500 cards I'm going to send. I haven't sent anything there yet. I've just been accumulating them. I just want to get a whole bunch of them at once to send. I'm sending about I almost got a 500 count box full. Once I get that full of stuff, I was going to leave my zoomed out a bit more and you could see my war table, but I didn't want to, you don't want to look at it. There's probably 500 or 600 cards stacked now. You can kind of see a little bit over my shoulder there, but I pushed all the cards back up against the wall because I want everybody to see the madness is going on over there. So ComC is good. If
I can see you got your PSA magnifying glass lit up over there. I like your collection on the wall. That looks super clean.
Yeah, I got the same shelves that you got.
Oh, so man, that looks good, bro. That looks good, man. I like that. Who's in the middle picture there in between the collection? I can't see it from here.
There's Justin Fields and there's a signed Zeke picture. That's Justin Fields up top.
Oh, nice. I like how you got that picture in the middle and then the shelves on the sides. Yeah, those shelves.
Yeah, they go all the way to the other side of the wall. You're missing about half of it, but yeah, I kind of wanted to zoom in because there's a lot of stuff going on in here.
It's your war room, man.
Yeah. ComC will offer the $1 per card. Sometimes it's 70 cents. So if you got a bunch of $5 to $10 cards, that's kind of what I've been waiting for again to come back around. So, because you don't want to send $1 cards in for $1, obviously that's just not worth it. But so, plus they're easy to move, and they don't charge you until it's time to take money off. eBay, I don't know how much you pay attention with eBay, how eBay hits you, but man, it's now up to 13.25% if you don't pay for the monthly store, and they hit you after taxes and shipping, so they like double dip on you. So it's when I sold my Trey Lance, a PSA 10 Genesis. $2,100. They took almost $400, man. Once that, I was like, I gotta find different way to sell those cards. eBay did nothing for all that money.
There's a feedback
less than a week later.
Going. I think you got to mute if you have the YouTube stream playing on the side, maybe or something.
No, I do not.
Okay. So I heard a feedback. I'm not sure if the guys out there were hearing that, but
no, I didn't. No, nothing else is playing. Everything's off. No watching the YouTube for the feedback. This might be this new camera. Let's buy a new camera. It's got a mic on it, so it's not bad though. No,
your audio is great, man. I know you have your own channel, so guys, make sure you check out Late Six channel. You do a lot of PSA reveals on there. I know one of your last submissions was incredible. I mean, you had a really high percentage of 10s, didn't you?
Yeah, last two. About I'd say 70 cards, about 80% gem mint rate. Not going to be this way this time. I sent in some vintage cards, some old Bo Jackson stuff that I know 8 or 9, maybe possibility to 10. So it won't be as good this time. But like modern cards, this is just my personal modern cards. I don't want to say they're easy to get a 10, but th're easy to tell if you're at least get a 9. I mean, if there's any print lines, dimples, it's not centered, don't send it in. It's real easy. But so much QC problems with modern cards. It's like you were talking about yesterday. It's talking about I don't buy cards that guys have sleeves in because you can't see the card. Even if you can see the card, you can't see some of those print lines anyways. And I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but most people don't put a condition of the card on their description anymore. There's no near mint or better. There's no any of that stuff. You're just rolling the dice. And I buy hundreds of cards a month, so I have to send back usually 2 or 3 a month at least.
Really? Just because it says, like this one, for example, it says read description. So it's probably, if we go down the description, there's probably some kind of flaw in this thing.
Well, at least they did that. Most guys or girls or whoever's selling that card will just try to, maybe sneak it off on you. The card's still in. And the big thing is mint. Oh, well, small print. I'm going to tell you right now, there's some of those very faint print lines. I've sent cards to PSA to test it out. Still got a 10. So if you only got like one or two of those really, really faint print lines, you still got a chance at a 10.
It's on the back of the card. Right there.
Yeah, that's on the back of the card too. So I just sent something in, very similar situation as that card. Perfect front with a little bit of a print line on the back. It's a Bobby Witt Jr. I do baseball too, by the way. I know that's probably blasphemy on this channel, but baseball, if you're buying like hobby and retail, way better than Panini products. So just Panini retail is, sure you know this is crap, if that's a nice way of putting it. But if next season there's 5 or 6 quarterbacks that are worth getting, they're gonna help it out a bit. This year I wouldn't touch any retail Panini product. Couldn't even pay me to open it, even though I have opened a little bit of Prism, but
just for fun.
I do, man. I would love to have some Jalen Hurts cards, man, but I just think at this price now, I just don't. There's not as much meat on the bone. I have total confidence in him. I watched him in college and thought he was shit, total shit. They had to bring Tua in the national title game. If he had to throw it all to win the game, Alabama lost. I had zero confidence in the kid. He went to Oklahoma. I still thought he's still decent. He's decent to above average college quarterback. Made it to the Heisman final, and then he got drafted. I'm like, there's no way this. And then he proved me wrong all the way through. Granted, a little biased there because I can't stand Alabama, but I did watch a lot of Alabama games because, if you watch college football, Alabama's on every Saturday, so you just really don't got a lot of choice there. But that's a nice card. But then again, it's the debut. I know it's a gold, but it's also the gold wave, not the true gold. It's probably the first off the line exclusive, I believe. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and I can't even see the print line on the back.
That's the thing. I've tested a lot of the stuff at PSA. So there's a couple cards got back that were like every once I get an 8, and you're like, what the hell just happened? And there's some cards you didn't think were going to 10, but were definitely going to 9, had a print line or something on them. They just let it go.
We've got 2 picks in now from the Saints. Isaiah Foskey, edge rusher from Notre Dame. And BJ Ojulari from LSU, edge rusher from LSU.
Well, Saints need some defense. Guys are getting old. Definitely need another edge rusher. I don't know how many more years. Now I'm drawing a blank. What his name is? Who's their big edge guy? Who's been in the league for like 10 years?
Cam Jordan.
Yeah, Cam Jordan. I should know. I watched a ton of their games. They're like half their team were Ohio State guys at one point. So, well, Michael Thomas.
I mean, the athleticism metrics are off the charts for this Isaiah Foskey, so that's good.
He's an athletic freak, that is for sure. God, hell, he's a way athletic freak. Is he edge? Did he build you tall, lean, long arms?
Yeah, 6'5", 364, yeah.
Yeah, perfect edge guy.
Edge guy,
but
Notre Dame.
The bench press, that kind of bothers me. I can almost do that many at 225, and he can't. Oh, man. That's not good. Yeah, I'm almost as strong as that guy.
Wow, you're a lot stronger than me, man. I know Carter's going to be pumped about this LSU pick.
Yeah, these guys are athletic freaks, though. I mean, they're right around that 250 mark, all run decent 4, all run decent 40s, and all have good athletic metrics. So
back to the quarterback conversation here. Talking about Justin Fields. You said you hit the window. When was that window for you that you felt was the best window to buy Justin Fields? When did you buy your Justin Fields?
When he stunk it up the first 2 weeks of the season. This card's nosedive big time. I did buy a couple early, which I'm probably okay with now. I'm probably about even on, but there was a point I was down probably 100%. I bought his right in the summer. I bought his Mosaic Silver PSA 10 for like 185, and by week 2 they were selling for like 110. And I bought a couple more and ended up reselling them for 200. You didn't want to buy anything in the summertime. I did. I bought a couple, but I'm fine now. I mean, about even on because he ended up producing. Once he hit like week 4, I wouldn't have touched his cards again. I just sold 2 laser PSA 10 orange laser, which was probably still some more room to grow. I shouldn't have sold. I should have brought it with me to Chicago for Nationals, which I'll be there, by the way. I already got rooms booked. Sold for 200, and if you know what Burrows or Herberts go for, probably about double. There's still a little bit of meat on the bone. Yeah, I sold for 217. I sold mine for 200 outright. I don't auction cards like that I know are going to sell. No point. If I got some I just want to get rid of, I'll auction. Otherwise, it's just straight. And I sold it probably 3 weeks ago at 200, and it had a print line going right across the center, and so PSA 10, very faint print line.
Nice.
Beautiful card. I mean, I still think there's a little meat on the bone there at 200, but I think you got to catch it as low. His cards really dipped in the first couple of weeks, but man, when he had that like week 4, they just went. They went right back. So I got some pretty nice ones of his. Nothing crazy though, because I'm not a baller. Hey, seller late stick. You see it? That was on there. Seller late stick.
Oh, did I miss it? Seller late stick. There it is, right there. 200. Buy it now. March 30th.
Mm-hmm. I could have got $3.50 more for it, but whatever. All right, pick is in.
Pick is in. We've got Luke Musgrave tied in from Oregon State. Gone to Green Bay.
That's a big boy too. 6'6", 250.
You guys in the chat, you guys don't hear that feedback? It's just weird when you hear yourself talk after everything you say.
Yeah, I don't hear anything. I don't hear any feedback at all. Am I doubling up when I talk to you?
No, you're not. Oh, look, so they can. I don't. It's your audio output is coming back through the speaker. It's not. It doesn't happen every single time, but it wasn't there for a while, and then it started doing it, then it went away, and then it does it every once in a while. It's just really weird when it happens. That's the weirdest thing whenever you hear yourself talk right after you talked. You know.
Yeah, it's like a half-second delay, and you rehear yourself. No, it says Derek says no. Andy, he says I sound great, and you're echoing. So I don't know. I haven't heard myself any feedback on either end. You sound fine to me.
Okay. Yeah, it's not happening anymore. Huh? That's strange. Anyways,
maybe you just need to crack a beer. I think that's what you need.
Yeah, I've been
Dogfish Head. Is that what you're drinking? Dogfish Head.
Yes, slightly mighty. But right now, I am drinking a little bourbon and energy drink to kick off the long night, and then I've got my little beer cooler over here.
All right. So we're looking at the Fields. Can we get a comparison for Fields and Jalen Hurts?
Oh yeah. In the graded market.
Yep.
Let's see. So Jalen Hurts is winning the volume competition here. Prism PSA 10. This is sales in the past 30 days. We can open this up to. Let's open this up to 180 days. Jalen Hurts.
I didn't think Jalen would be. They're very comparable. Jalen's a little bit lower.
So here's his. I know that's a picture of CSG 9, but this is actually his PSA 10. So Jalen Hurts, his base Donruss PSA 10 is going for average at 82 compared to Fields at average
like 50. Yeah. So there's still some meat on the bone for Fields for sure, especially if he comes out rocking fire in first couple games. Chicago has been an A+ winner in the offseason, and they still have so much capital left. They need an O-lineman. They drafted an O-lineman to protect him. I was hoping they draft Paris Campbell or Paris, but from Ohio State. But it is what it is.
Got another pick for the Jets here at pick 43. Joe Tipman, rocking a big mullet here from Wisconsin.
Well, he is from Wisconsin.
So this pick of Luke Musgrave here at 6'6", 253 from Oregon
He's a beast
State.
too. Look at his athletics profile is good too.
Fantastic.
Anybody
here.
that size runs a 4.6 40 is pretty good.
And Steve and I last night were talking about how, Jordan Love's basically going to be entering his rookie year. I mean, this is his debut season. So having a big body tight end like this is definitely going to help.
There we go. Off the chart 3-cone. You ready for the Nationals 3-cone? I'm ready.
I am not. I have not trained for it at all.
Everybody needs to stretch beforehand because we're not young anymore. I'm going to blow a hammy out there. As long as there's some beer, I guess I'd be all right. When we look at those comparisons between Fields and Hurts, it looks like Fields has got definitely a little bit more room to grow. I'm curious what's Burrow sitting at, because that's pretty much the standard right now. That's the top end. I mean, I don't see how some of those base cards can be any better than Joe Burrow's. I mean, Herbert, he's even past Herbert.
Yeah, his base Donruss PSA 10.
Yeah, that's pretty much industry standard unless you're Mahomes. I mean, that breaks all the rules. So
yeah,
and you can see what kind of meat on the bone you have.
A lot more rare.
Yeah, and you can see what kind of meat you have on the bone just based off kind of Burrow's prices. You look at Fields; he's still got a lot of meat left on the bone. If he comes out slinging, you see, I mean, he won't maybe never get to $130 a card, but he's got definitely still cheap comparative to the other guys. And I believe in Fields. Just he's a good kid. He's got his head on his shoulders. I'm not a firm believer in like Derek said, the organization, but they're putting pieces around him. So we'll see what happens. But see,
having the head on the shoulders is important.
He's a smart kid. He's a good kid. He's the kind of kid that you want to draft because he's going to be a role model. I like those kinds of kids. Jalen Hurts, same way. He came from a good family. Good, I mean, Hurts is, like in between Burrow. I think Hurts might have a little bit of room to grow. Now, just based on Burrow's prices, Hurts doesn't really have a lot of meat on the bone. You just really have to get a good deal on a Hurts card for me to buy it right now. Because I don't know how Phil. I mean, I'm going to say this. I don't know how Philly can't win a Super Bowl. I don't know how they didn't win it last year, but they are by far the best team. Close. I mean, the Chiefs don't have the talent that Philly has, but they have Mahomes, and they can score points.
I know some of these auctions are so tempting. Like this Silver Prism Auto right here, and in an hour and a half, currently at 300.
I'm okay with something like that. Problem buying a raw card that's that expensive. If it has a couple dings on it, it just makes it hurt even worse.
Would the theory not be just to flip it raw? I feel like most of my raw cards, well, I do very little grading submissions, so most of my flips are all raw to raw.
This is what I'm going to say about that. I have bought a lot of cards off eBay in hopes of possibly grading them to flip, and I'm going to tell you, just perfect example. I just bought a ton of. I'm Kansas City guy, so Bobby Wood Jr. is the big thing. Number one prospect a couple years ago, was out, plays for the Royals. Bought a bunch of his rookie Bowman Best refractors. Paid like $7-8 for them. I know I grade them. Not a lot of them. I'm gonna sell them for $60 or $70. I bought 13 of them. Couldn't send one in. So just don't do it. But I have been lucky. everything. It's most of the stuff I sent and I didn't pull. I've bought and just, if it wasn't gradable, I just kept it or tried to flip it. It was gradable, I sent it in. That's just kind of, I think, the mentality you have to have when it comes to trying to buy cards off eBay to grade them. Don't do it. Don't. That's your purpose. Not a good idea. That's a beautiful card. Back centering's good. Front centering's good. I don't see any dimples or dings. Could have a few faint print lines. That's really, to me, not going to retract from the value. I don't know what that card would sell for. I'm assuming if I was a gambling man, I would say probably close to 500.
Think that's what it'll close at?
We'll see. I don't look at a lot of. I know what I can almost tell you what every Justin Fields card sells for. Not so much with the Hurts because I'm not really looking to buy. Because I've seen you've had episodes about him. Hell, 6-8 months ago, his cards were selling for half that price before last season started out. If you could have got in then, and you could have easily. I did. I dumped everything I had. Didn't have a lot. I had a couple of the silver prisms, like I said, that I bought for like $40 and double my money. Same with Tua, by the way. I'm just going to stick that out there one last time. Risky. I sent a lot of Tuas in to get graded and got a lot of 10s on Tuas and made a lot of money off of Tua before Miami tried to put him in his coffin.
Oh, we've got a trade alert. So we got a couple picks to announce here. We got Joe Tippmann from Wisconsin. You got Julius Brents, CB for Kansas State, and you've got the Detroit Lions, who just traded with the Packers. They're divisional rivals. The Packers traded back with the Lions.
I think the Packers, they're just, I don't know, they're just probably looking for as many picks as possible. Quite honestly, I don't know what to expect from Jordan Love. I don't think it's going to be. I do have some of his stuff though. I'm hoping that game one he comes out 300 yards, a couple touchdowns, and I just turn my box over and dump it on the table and start listing all those cards. But I think they're a definitely rebuild. I think more picks for them is good. Trading back the divisional rival, I just think maybe that they're just like, yeah, we're not going to do anything this year, so let's just get whatever benefits us. Man, it's going to be a long time since I said Detroit.
For the Lions already, that was quick. Brian Branch, safety from Alabama, boost up that defensive secondary. That's comparable to Jaquan Brisker.
And he comes from a good, well-coached school with good character. I can't emphasize good character for these kids more so. I would never draft. Good character when you draft these kids is just such a beneficial thing. There were the Randy Mosses of the world end up being good that had maybe some character flaws, but love me some Randy Moss. But I hope. Yeah, Bobby Wood's. Yeah, I know. I'll go with the baseball references. That was just kind of blasphemy. But yeah, I have high hopes, man. I think Jay Love can be all right. I hope they do well. I hope they can drive the team. I always love Green Bay. Can't dislike a team that's owned by the fans.
Andrew Perry, one of our resident Patriots fans up in the Northeast, said, "Here comes Josh Downs or Darnell Washington for the Pats." He mentioned that Bill Belichick was secretly watching film. I guess they accidentally cut to him, and he was watching film of Josh Downs in the war room yesterday or earlier. So that's an interesting projection right there.
Well, I know that they don't make ownership decisions.
And oops, where did that thing go? Pick is in from the Patriots. They went with Keon White, edge rusher from Georgia Tech. Let's look up Keon White here and see what his profile looks like. Oof, beast mode, man. It's got number 3, 2023 class rank. That seems like a really good value. 6'5", 285, Corey from Georgia Tech. That's a big, fast dude right there. Do you collect or invest?
Yeah, looks like they got a good bargain at this point. Oh boy, Andy, you're breaking up bad.
I said, do you invest or collect in any defensive players? You hear me?
You're breaking up bad. I don't know if it's on my end or your end.
Well, to me, it looks good. What I see on the screen that the folks out in YouTube and the chat should see looks good. I think it. Yeah, they're saying it's on your end, bro. Yeah, it looks like his internet's cutting out. Control delete. That's okay. Let's see.
Mine. I guess it was on mine. I got booted.
Well,
yeah, you would sound like you're ordering through a drive-through, and then it just.
So I was asking, do you collect or invest in any defensive players?
Oh yeah, Chase Young.
Chase
You
Young.
get his cards for dirt cheap. Oh yeah. See, he's about it. And the only reason why I invest in him, it's very seldom do I ever get the double dip, considering I have a Ohio State guy go to Washington. So yeah, I don't got a ton of his stuff, but he obviously hasn't played for almost over a year, so his stuff's pretty cheap. Got an XRC PSA 10 of his. I got a bunch of his raw cards, not really too many graded cards. Got that for like $50. Man,
Nice.
I'm sold on defensive players. It's just they don't get the love, man. Even the greatest of all time don't get the love. I mean, Aaron Donald doesn't get any love.
Hey, during the Super Bowl run, I saw some of his rookie ticket autos get up there, man. I mean, nothing crazy, but I mean, they got up there to a 2014 draft class. They were comparable to Devontae Adams and Mike Evans.
Hey, man, I got Google Fiber. I get like almost like 700 megabyte download and 300 upload. I don't know. I pay my internet.
Yeah, it's, they got so many things streaming, and, it's probably your 5-year-old son is, he just turned on some streaming. He's playing.
He didn't see him. He just came down there and handed me the Pop-Tart, so I'm about to go make him a Pop-Tart. And he just came back down the stairs. Like when he'll want something, he'll just come. You'll be sitting there on the couch or whatever, just look down, and there'll just be a box of macaroni sitting there or a Pop-Tart. Yeah. Just, make me some food, Dad. Come on.
That's cool. Well, I know if he's anything like my son, who's 4, I mean, he eats like all day long. Just eats.
Oh, yeah.
Eats.
Oh, yeah. He's a monster. He just shoves him in his face. He'll be 5 in July. So
that's awesome, man.
Awesome. Now he's out here peeping on me like, "Where's my Pop-Tart at, Dad?" I'll be.
We got to pick him for the Commanders. You got to pick him for the Commanders here.
Jartavius Martin are tied in.
It is. You got a defensive back from Illinois, Jartavius Martin.
That's our biggest weak point was the defensive backs.
This is great for Sam Howell.
Yeah.
They didn't pick a quarterback. Now they're not. They're likely not. When are they picking again? They're probably not picking again until third round.
They're going with Sam Howell. I mean, from everything I've read, they're going to ride or die with him.
So is it too late to invest in any Sam Howell cards, or do you think it's open season?
His card is still on the cheap.
Are you investing in Sam Howell for a flip? Even if it's for a flip, do you think he'll be able to generate enough hype with his new ownership and all these weapons they've got there in Washington?
Well, if you look at like revenue for teams, Washington's usually up at the top, like Dallas, Pittsburgh, Washington. So the fan base is there. I like him. He slipped to the 5th round last year, and it's because of other things that are outside his control. But I mean, I like the kid. He's got a good attitude. He's got a cannon for an arm. We've got a decent offensive line. We got weapons everywhere. Now, if we can keep our, now we're stirring up our defense. He's super cheap. I mean, I've bought some of his Mosaic stuff, a couple of his numbered cards. I'm dipped into the Prism. I got a Prism Silver variation for like $20. I mean, because you know what they're going to go for. If it does anything, that's easily $100 card. Any Prism Silver stuff or like a field level select. I think. Yeah. I mean, it sucks because we're in a really good division. I mean, you got the best team in football in Dallas. Even though as much as you love or hate or disrespect, Dallas is going to be 10-7, 11-6. I would think. I mean, I can't believe that the Giants paid Danny Dimes. I call him Danny Pesos. So, but I mean, we can run the ball. We got weapons. And we could win with Taylor Heineke, for God's sakes. And they were still, I don't know, they're putting Carson Wentz back in. I still don't get it. But our weakest point was DB. They went DB dressed. I like the 1st-round pick. Guy's small, but he's a ball hawk and fast. He's a cover guy. I mean, he is tiny. Hell, he only weighed like 160 pounds. But I got hope. That's the main thing is you got to have your team. You just got to have some hope. And I haven't had hope for a long time. I had hope they drafted RG3, but.
You're in such a tough division now, too, man.
I know. Even the bad Giants team is going to probably be 500. We'll probably.
The good thing is you guys seem to have the Eagles' number.
Yeah.
The Bucs are on the clock. So my team picking right after your team. What are the Bucs doing here? This is an interesting pick here. All right, we got the pick in.
I would assume you probably go defense again if you're not going to go running back at this point. You're going to go defense.
They're going offensive line with Cody Mouch.
Well, you can never go wrong with offensive linemen. Team went the safe route.
I love this pick. I love this pick.
Steven Davis. I love me some Steven Davis, Derek. We always said I love Steven Davis. They drafted him and Jason Campbell the same year. I had high hopes for him too, but for Washington's made some terrible quarterback draft picks. Keith Schuler, Jason Campbell, Gus Frerotte was all right. Kirk Cousins, I'm not sure why we got rid of him. Still don't know what they were thinking, but.
Ooh, look at this Sam Howell no-huddle prism. Looks like black and white. I mean, it looks like on the surface it seems like a good deal. And then in a minute for $20.
There's definitely meat on the bone for Hal, but high risk, high reward.
High risk, high reward.
I think if you're paying $25-$30 for a card like that, it's definitely got a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, I do too, man.
Washington's a huge market. Huge.
Now the guess is this has got 5 bids, so there's a little bit of competition.
Gus Frerotte, the clown, hurt his neck after the touchdown. But they drafted him and Heath Schuler the same year, and Heath Schuler didn't work out too well. Heath Schuler was the guy before Peyton Manning. Number 4 pick in the draft, Heath Schuler was. We gave up our whole draft for RG3, and they broke him within 2 years. I like Hal, though. He's big, strong, athletic. He's got all the tools. Just can he put it together? Bieniemy, I mean, came from, maybe possibly the greatest quarterback ever in the future to this. We'll see how he does. I just hope we can push the ball down the field. We got a 3 yard and a cloud of dust running back, and then we got Antonio Gibson, which I hope they utilize him correctly. He's very much like a Tony Pollard role. Give him the ball 10 to 15 times a game, throw him the rock. He's 4.3 40 with low mileage. 230 pounds. I'm an AG homer. Which, if you're into Antonio Gibson cards, you can get them really cheap right now. I'm buying his rookie ticket autos for under $10.
Wow. That
I
truly
got too
is
many. I
at the
got 6 of
bottom.
them. Yeah, that's the bottom.
That's the
super
bottom,
bottom.
man.
Yeah,
got
there's
another
definitely.
pick.
So they think Hendon Hooker's the best available. I think he's worth a risk pick at this point in time. I like Hendon Hooker. If he wouldn't have blew his knee out, he could have probably been a first rounder.
The Pittsburgh Steelers at 49 just took Keanu Benton, interior defensive lineman from Wisconsin. Steelers always picking those defensive players. It's pretty much taking best player available, it seems like.
Steelers always do well in the draft.
Yeah, it's very solid.
They've just always been a good organization. They don't make – very seldom do Steelers do anything, I guess, lack of a better word, stupid. I mean, they always have a good draft. They usually get good coaches. They always put a good team on the field for – they were a little low. They had a little bit of lull in the 80s. But, geez, the Steelers have been good for almost 50 years straight, more or less?
We got Rick Dickow in the comments, and I believe he's saying this Sam Howell Bowman Chrome Pink Refractor is his. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he got any bids on it, but it is a college uniform card. It's non-serial numbered. And at this point, I mean, Corey, we pretty much got all the sets out for the 2022 rookies, this past draft class. So it's unfortunate, and the University of North Carolina is not the biggest school. It's well known, but I think maybe this card would have been best in a buy it now. What do you think, Corey?
Yeah, I do buy it now on pretty much everything.
Yeah,
I don't do auctions. I've been screwed in auctions. In fact, I could say today that I screwed a couple people for a couple Bobby Witt cards a day that they should never been selling in auction. About 2 PSA 10s a day, one for 53 and one for 50, and they've been selling outright for over $100. So,
yeah, and there is a short window, based on the release schedule for the college uniform cards. I mean, it's one thing when it's serial numbered, it's super low. Whether it's, the guy's got elite first round draft capital and he went to a big school like Alabama or Ohio State or something, those are going to hold pretty good value long term, right? But when he's talking about more of these more base cards, it looks nice and stuff. It's got some cool elements, but it's just not going to really hold good long term value when all these other cards come out.
Unless it's a top tier guy, these parallels that aren't numbered, just Panini's watered the product down to absolute garbage. It's all these unnumbered parallels. They just don't hold value unless it's, a good top end quarterback, or maybe, Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson. There's just no value there, especially in the college cards. College cards, like I said, they got small window for, you saw last night. Look what happened. Everybody got the Bowman U. We're dumping all the Bowman U cards last night after the first round of the draft. Here in another 2 weeks, you're going to be able to scoop them cards right back up for what they were before the draft. I mean, Sam Howell, I would. This is just my personal opinion. If I was selling any Sam Howell cards, I will wait till he has a good game, because there's just not enough hype around him. I can sit there and buy his higher end numbered cards right now for, that card just sold, that no huddle, black and white. If that's anybody else, that'd been over $100. That'd been $100 card.
Yeah, or even this rookie and stars.
I love rookie and stars. Beautiful card.
It's a good-looking card, man. It's numbered out of 175, and it's got the rookie card. It's got the Commanders, color-matched everything. You'd probably grab it for a couple bucks here.
I like it. I love rookies and stars. As long as he's a quarterback, if he ends up being good, it will sell. It doesn't matter. It's a numbered card.
We've got another fantasy-relevant pick in. Jaden Reed, wide receiver from Michigan State, just selected by the Green Bay Packers at pick 50s. And they now add a tight end and a wide receiver in round 2 to build around Jordan Love.
They got a stable of wide receivers up there. Even though they lost Lazard, I've never been a Lazard fan, but I mean, they got, Dobbs, Watson, now this kid, and then tight end.
Christian Watson.
Well, you got to surround your guy playmakers. You saw what happened to poor Justin Fields last year. If he didn't run for 150 yards a game, they just weren't in it.
There are some serious Christian Watson truthers out there.
Yeah. Green Bay got some really dedicated fans.
So Jaden Reed, that's comparable to Stephon Diggs according to Player Profile. Very interesting comparison here. But that's definitely interesting. Hey, if he's got that dog mentality, that work ethic that Stephon Diggs has, the desire to win and compete day in and day out, he will do well, right? Like you talked about, the character, man, especially when it comes to these wide receivers, they got to refine their route running. They got to work on it every day, stay late, come in early, work with the quarterback, build that chemistry. If they got that, it can override a lot of other things.
Yeah, it's just these kids got to come in and put the work in. They're going to put the work in. They're going to be rewarded. They want to sit there and just sit back on their laurels and not do the work. I mean, that's why you want the guy, that dog mentality. You want to go out there. You want to win. You want to go out there and, it's time to block. You want to put that guy on his, on his butt, reward him. And they're doing what they're doing what Chicago should have done last year. Build around their quarterback. Justin just had to run for his life for a season, and now they're doing it for him now. But see, Green Bay, another organization over the years, have always been a smart organization. You don't have the Jamarcus Russells of the world and stuff like that being drafted. And good draft, obviously big school, big time school as well. Michigan State, good draft pedigree.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
College alumni.
Bell.
Kenneth Walker.
Le'Veon Bell.
So Anani here asking about a Bucs trade. No, the Bucs traded with Detroit. They traded picks with Detroit to pick at 48, where we took tackle Cody Mauch.
Yeah, Derek, I have no idea who this guy is either, and I watched a couple of Michigan State games. So, but it's hard to keep up on all these kids. Not enough time in the world.
Yeah, I think that I have seen a spike on Bowman cards, 100%. I mean, we have anecdotal observations from Derek and Chad, who just, racked in the dough last night. I'm glad you racked in the dough, Rick. It looks like you sold quite a few. They were even more popular for the guys being drafted this year. Unfortunately, Sam Howell drafted. I get it. There's some alumni and stuff. And yeah, it's not a bad plan. I think, though, I'm with you. I think Sam Howell is a guy that we're going to see spike more in September. Like, I'm really looking for a September spike on Sam Howell. Like, he definitely, his values have gone up, but they're not anywhere near where I think they could be if he can actually go out and surprise some people come August and September.
Yeah, if he comes out game one and you had cards pre-existing to game one, he comes out and has, 275, 300, couple touchdown game, they win, his cards are going to go.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's basically a rookie. This is his debut season, just like Jordan Love. Okay. This is his debut season, man.
I got high hopes in him. I mean, I'm not a Ron Rivera lover, but I like him to his point. I like his character and stuff like that. Never been really like him as a coach, and like back when he was with Cam, that was, if you were playing fantasy football and you had Cam Newton and you watched those games, it was like the most boring watch. Oh no, am I breaking up again? No.
You're good. You're good. So let me clarify. There was an immediate spike on Sam Howell whenever they released Carson Wentz, and the immediate news dropped there as free agency started. At Sam Howell would be the starter. Plus, you had still a lot of scarcity around 2022 rookie cards. But now at this point, I am 100% saying hold Sam Howell till September because that news has settled in. The immediate like effect of it has worn off, and now it's really going to be contingent upon, do they add weapons here in the draft? Not really. No, they've worked on defense, but we get into training camp. We start getting those videos of him training with Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, and everybody. We start getting to preseason. He starts cutting it loose there like he did last preseason. Now all of a sudden we start seeing the hype pick up a lot. The Commanders are definitely going to be a team that's got a big storyline because of the new ownership and everything, new offensive coordinators. So there is going to be hype for Sam Howell, and I think it's going to appreciate as we head into September. So at this point, if you had something that was really rare pro uniform autograph stuff, it's going to get net some pretty good money, but I think it's going to appreciate even more into September.
Yeah, the hype. Well, there's the hype cycle you talk about all the time. I mean, Sam Howell has tons of room in cards to grow without him ever even stepping on the field. They're going to be pumping him up in practice. They're going to be pumping him up all the way to the beginning. Because if you buy cards in like July and August, there's always that pump before the season. I mean, I'm not saying go out and buy Sam Howell cards because it's a risk. He's a risk. So don't just go buy Sam Howell cards. I mean, if you believe in the guy and you want to take a chance, it's all speculation. He could go out there week one and throw a flop-a-doppel or so. All right, who we got?
Wow, big one here. The Dolphins at 51 pick Cam Smith, defensive back from South Carolina, but the Seattle Seahawks at pick 52 take a very fantasy-relevant running back, Zach Charbonnet from UCLA. So we got to quickly discuss what this does to Kenneth Walker III, who pretty much had worked into a bell cow role with Rashad Penny injury. Then they release him, so the depth chart competition was nil for Kenneth Walker until they just draft Zach Charbonnet from UCLA with middle round, second round capital here. So the guy's definitely going to get a workload. From what I looked at of Zach Charbonnet here, Corey, the guy's he's got a receiving profile. He's got a best comparable to DeMarco Murray at 6 foot 214, but he had a 14.5 target share at UCLA. Was pretty good burst and athleticism. Good yards per carry.
Third down back here then.
Yeah, I mean it's this is an all-purpose running back right here. 21, 22. I mean that's really good numbers.
Yeah, I actually watched a couple UCLA. I watched a little bit of this kid this year. I like him, especially at this point in the draft. I'm just gonna say it's just this. If I was a Kenneth Walker guy, I'd be a little. This is kind of how I felt last year in the Redskins. The Commanders drafted Brian Robinson. So that's like there goes AG to the shitter. I don't think it's going to be as bad here, though. Kenneth Walker's a stud. They're just going to be like Detroit, running the ball 35, 40 times a game, just like Baltimore. I don't know why you wouldn't. I wouldn't want to depend on Geno Smith to be winning the games for me. Yeah, this guy's definitely good for the receiving back. More the Tony Pollard role, maybe.
So are you under the impression that Geno Smith is going to turn back into a pumpkin this year too?
I'm about 50-50 on that.
50-50. Yeah, I know. It's about 50% of the analysts I listen to think, no, Geno Smith this is his new life. He's here to stay. And then the other half is like, no, Geno Smith is going to turn back into it. Like, he has never produced multiple years consistently at a high level. So the other half of the group is saying that he's gonna revert back.
Well, if they can run the ball successfully 35 or 40 times a game, he doesn't have to do much. If he's going to complete 70% of his passes and they run the ball 40 times a game, I mean, that's a recipe for success. He doesn't have to be good, but I've seen him. He's been bad. When the Jets draft him, I was like, what are you doing? I remember watching him in West Virginia. It's like this kid just closes his eyes and throws the ball up, and he's throwing to 3 number 1 wide receivers. Tavon Austin and all them. You saw what happened to all those West Virginia wide receivers that all got drafted that same time he came out. Not one of them made it. Tavon Austin was about the one who really did anything, but he was just like a Kadarius Toney type, kind of like a specialist.
Yep. I love this comment here from Chad too. Like you're a big Antonio Gibson investor. I'm sure you've got a Brian Robinson collection built up.
Yeah, I got some. I bought him a little disdain, but he's great through the tackles. If you need 3 yards of hard running, you give him the rock. They just didn't use AG right. AG's is very similar to Pollard. He's fast, a little bit bigger than Pollard. Give him the ball in space, let him go. Don't run. He's not the guy you're running through the 1 and 0 hole, 1, 2, or 3 hole. Give the ball to Brian Robinson. They did a pretty decent balance at sometimes, but I hope they just get it figured out. I hope Bieniemy can figure it out. I think they'll be fine. I think Kenneth Walker's still going to get his. This guy will come in, spell him, and then take the third down duties. Like Derek said, Kenneth Walker's not catching the ball anyways.
You know, you keep mentioning Tony Pollard, and I think he's a big winner. I mean, I think he dodged a massive bullet because Dallas Cowboys weren't afforded the luxury of drafting Jahmyr Gibbs at the end of the first round. You know, I think they would have taken him.
I still think they bring somebody in.
They haven't drafted. Now they passed up on Zach Charbonnet, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan's gone. And but they could still draft a guy, but with third round capital, I mean, I mean, they're drafting at 58 here at the end of the second. I don't think that there's any talent left in the draft pool that's really gonna threaten Tony Pollard's workhorse role that he's built. And now Zeke's gone. Zeke's out of the picture, man.
They might pick him back up. That's the rumor on the streets at dollar prices. I like Pollard. Don't get me wrong. I hated they cut into my boy's work. But Pollard cannot block. He's a terrible blocker when it comes to pass blocking. He's not going to get you the 3rd and 1 hard yards. They need somebody to do that. He'll get you everything else. I love Pollard. Don't get me wrong. I hate him because he took stuff from my boy Zeke. He's just not him. He's just not the guy that's going to get you the dirty yards. And you can't run him. You can't run him through the tackles 20 times a game. He won't make it. If they do not draft somebody, they're going to ride him till his wheels fall off. And I would draft him.
Yeah, now, it's definitely nice to help extend.
There's still that Derrick Henry rumor too. I mean, they could bring Zeke back in just to touch the ball 10 times a game and pay him $1 million a year instead of the $9 million they were paying him or whatever. Who knows?
The Bears pick is in. They just picked an interior defensive lineman, Jervon Dexter Sr. from University of Florida. Another guy in the trenches for Chicago. So I'm looking at this comment here from Rick, Corey. Levis cards haven't sold yet, and I think that's because it's not guaranteed that he's going to be a starter. I mean, he free-falled after being at one point by Vegas odds projected to go an early first-round pick, which was clearly all smoke and mirrors by the Colts, because they really wanted to get Anthony Richardson. You can't pass up on that elite athleticism. But now, Levis has slid all the way down to the second round. He goes to a spot that's a run-first team. It's not even guaranteed he's going to start right out of the bat, so he's probably only projected maybe a couple games this year, maybe no games at all, depending on what happens to Ryan Tannehill. So they may give him a year.
Levis cards aren't going to sell. I wouldn't.
Yeah, they're not going to sell. I think you got to wait and buy at this point. You wait until like November. You get some of those pro uniform Levis cards out, and then you make your play, right?
Yeah. He also went to not a big market team as well, so that's going to hurt him there. I mean, Derrick Henry's the only card on that whole team that really sells. I mean, you could probably get Burks for cheap, but who else they got? They don't, and they're just not a big market team. So if Levis doesn't end up playing this year and they roll him out next year, you could easily buy his cards this season in his pro uni. And as soon as the hype cycle rolls around that he's a starting quarterback next year, you dump him before he goes out there and either messes it up or you take the risk, hold it, has a good game, and sell him. And I wouldn't buy a Levis card if you gave me the money.
100%. 100%. Pick is in from the Chargers. They also go with the edge rusher, Tuli Pulota from USC. Oh, we've got a trade. Kansas City has just traded up with the Vikings here. So the Vikings move back. The Vikings move out of round 2. No, the Vikings are moving back to pick 63. I'm waiting to see where the Vikings go.
Vikings really don't need much. I mean, they could draft a running back later on because, Dalvin Cook's kind of not really sure what's going on there, but Vikings are pretty solid. I mean, they're always good to move back and get more picks.
So I did buy a Hendon Hooker autograph card yesterday. I bought a Hendon Hooker. Maybe I bought it from Rick. I don't know.
I definitely agree with Derek. I'd much rather have Hendon Hooker cards than Levis.
Yep.
There's just a stain on Levis right now. I don't know what it is, but there's something there.
I can't wait to see where Hooker ends up. What if Hooker gets drafted by the Cowboys? I don't know that would happen, but he could get drafted by the Cowboys or the Lions here at the end of the second. The Lions could absolutely draft him and develop him behind Jared Goff or get developed behind Dak Prescott. I mean, the guy's got such a great arm, man, and he's just recovering from that ACL. So I love his upside, and I comped out the autograph with Levis, who was going for $50 more than him, and Anthony Richardson and Bryce and CJ. Yeah, they're warranted. Obviously, they're the top 3 picks, in this draft, basically. So,
yeah, I like Anthony Richardson too. I don't think he's out.
KC moves up to get a fantasy relevant player. This is maybe not so good for my auction sniper target that I wrote up this morning in Sky Moore, but we got a wide receiver pick in here from Kansas City, and they moved up to get him. They moved up from 63 with the Lions, traded back to get Rashee Rice from SMU. Now that's a guy, like if you had, Rick, if you had Rashee Rice Bowman cards right now, they're going to start flying, brother. They're going to start flying because he's going to Patrick Mahomes. He's best comparable to Terrace Marshall. Decent speed. Look at the burst. 95th percentile burst. Big catch radius. Kind of old for a guy coming out of college, 23, but 6 foot 200.
Chiefs need a true number 1.
Well, 2022, he put up almost 1,400 receiving yards at SMU. I'm not sure what kind of colleges they played in their division, but yeah, he was definitely the alpha for his team.
Well, I mean, anytime, I don't think Sky Moore or Kadarius Toney are going to be number 1 receivers, and Kelsey's 34. Still doing it though. I mean, they need a true number 1.
They need to get. Kelsey's their number 1. MVS is not it. Kadarius Toney's not it. Hey, wait.
What? Kadarius Toney? What? Oh. Don't get me started.
Sky Moore was an early declare, and he was ultra productive in college. So I'm hoping that he really only had a 25% snap share in his rookie season. So I mean, I think it's a little early to say he could be a number 1. I mean, behind Kelsey, like Kelsey's their number 1, but I think that, there's a ton of vacated targets from no more Juju, no more Mecole Hardman. So there's a big void there to fill. And I mean, so this guy's definitely going to be occupying some of that. I mean, I'm liking what I see already for sure. But I think Sky Moore could take a big step forward, and we've got a full suite of rookie cards. And if you look at his prices, they're pretty much basement bottom floor. Like you're talking about buying Antonio Gibson right now or something, or Terrace Marshall. I mean, there's so much upside when you can get a rookie ticket auto for $10.
Yeah, Sky Moore's electric. I mean, but you just didn't see any. You didn't get a lot of usage out of him last year. So when he got the ball, you just had that feeling that he could take it, but. Chiefs have been weird. They've been weird with receivers. Weird. It's just, they bring these good guys in. They don't do anything with them, or they draft these guys. if they don't throw the ball to Kelsey, it's like you just have.
Yeah.
Once they got rid of Tyreek Hill, it's just been kind of a mishmash of, well, this guy could be good, this guy could be good, and then they end up trading, getting rid of him, or Kelsey can't last forever.
It's the allure, though. I love
with
selling
Mahomes,
these guys.
yeah. Sell. If you got this guy's cards, Bowman first cards. Sell.
It's the allure of what could be with Patrick Mahomes. Because honestly, I think you'd rather have him in an offense like at this point, like the Jets' offense is going to be really exciting. The passing game is going to be exciting to watch now with Aaron Rodgers. But I want these pass-heavy teams like the Chargers. They drafted Quentin Johnson. Like that's an exciting role for Quentin Johnson. Definitely going to put a big squeeze on Josh Palmer. I think he's basically going to supplant Josh Palmer in that offense.
Yeah.
You got Keenan Allen, seasoned vet, Mike Williams, who's now on a big contract with them, and he's like their outside X receiver. And then you've got now Quentin Johnson, who's going to be a versatile role in that room.
Oh yeah, and plus Williams and Keenan Allen always get hurt, so. Yeah, I think Rick's got a question for you if you didn't see it.
Rick, let's see what he's got.
He's talking about 22 hobby box or something. It's up to a couple comments up.
Sell it for 120 or roll it. I'll tell you, we had really good luck with one hobby box. We got a future Alabama quarterback that could be potential. That has potential. That was Derek's. And then the other one, though, was a total bust, man. We'll be lucky to get like, I don't know, $50 maybe for all the cards in that hobby. Maybe if we're lucky.
You did the hobby box last year? Do you remember the Bowman U hobby box last year and you pulled the Skylar Thompson out of like 25?
Yeah.
Seen that? I actually sold that for $85.
My man.
Yeah. Some K-State homer when he got into some preseason action bought him, I'm sure, but yeah, I don't know what like Derek said, that was kind of a reach there. There was more better wide receivers on the board, but then again, somebody gets paid a lot of money to figure out who to draft. Not that that's right or wrong.
Yeah, a lot of times I think that a good fantasy football gamer could draft better than some of these GMs.
Yeah. That I definitely agree with that. I mean, I could have drank a bottle of tequila and done a better job than some of these people.
There's no Rashi
names on a dartboard.
There's no Rashi Rice. Oh, here we go. There's one. There's very few. Found one though. This is like probably the only one you're gonna find. One of the only ones.
Yeah. I agree with Chad. I really like the Bowman U product, and if you're into baseball with the first, you know its potential, especially when Fanatics is going to take over all the licensing. I love Bowman products, baseball and football.
The Bears back on the clock at 56 pick CB defensive back Tyreek Stevenson from University of Miami.
The U.
Man, they've gone pretty heavy on defensive players. They win offensive. So I think that they're having a very solid draft. I think the Bears are having a very solid draft.
I like their GM.
Now, what
seen him talk several times about Justin Fields? So,
are you So I know it's hard for you because Giants are division rivals for you. So you're probably like, bleh, not interested in Daniel Jones. Or the Giants.
You couldn't pay me to buy Daniel Jones cards.
Is it just because they're division rivals, or is it just...
Danny Pesos they gave him $100 million? I could go. They might be paying me $100 million. But it's hard to be a professional quarterback. We might think he sucks, but he's better than 99.5% of the people out there play quarterback. I don't have any disdain for anybody for the Cowboys, but that kind of went away when Zeke got drafted by him. So. And as long as Jerry Jones is the owner, I'm cool with that because he screws the team up every year and they either make the playoffs or they lose the first round. So I'm okay with that. I think the Giants are going to be all right. I see Saquon stay healthy and they can, give some receivers for Danny to actually throw the ball to. Still don't know why they drafted Kadarius Toney and then just get rid of him. I still don't. Yeah, like you said, we could have drafted better than the Giants did that year.
Go Chad, man. He just got one of the few Rashee Rice cards on the market for $13. Quick on the trigger, Chad, right there with the snipe.
Hey, is mommy home, buddy? I'm going to take a 3-minute hiatus and make my man a Pop-Tart here before he gives me the grout from behind.
All right. All right, brother. All right, so while Late Stick goes and feeds his little gremlin there, we let's take a quick look. Oh, we've got another pick in here from the Giants. Let's go ahead and announce that pick. John Michael Schmitz, center from Minnesota. Definitely seems like any help in the trenches is good for the Giants. After last year, they spent their first overall pick on that massive offensive lineman from Alabama. Again, his name is slipping me, but the Cowboys on the clock now at 58. That came in quick. They've got the replacement for Dalton Schultz. That was super quick here. They've got a replacement for Dalton Schultz. Luke Schoonmaker, tight end from Michigan. A lot of PFF users wanted Drew Sanders. Interesting. Looks like 75% of users like that pick, though. Luke Schoonmaker. Let's go ahead and pull up Luke Schoonmaker over here. Shout out to Player Profiler and PFF. Great services, great websites, man. Great websites, no affiliations, just love their products. Best comparable to Daniel Bellinger for the New York Giants, coincidentally. 6'5", 251, good measurables across the board, which is pretty typical for a tight end. Most of these tight ends are like guys that could double as like, big basketball player, like a center or something in basketball. So we got here on the film review, senior year. Bill's back on the clock now, 59. But this is definitely a fantasy relevant pick here because the depth chart in Dallas for tight ends is weak after Dalton Schultz left. So this guy is going to be interesting. And, Dallas has the largest fan base in the country. Also want to point out that Tony Pollard just dodged another bullet. Dallas did not spend their second-round pick on a running back, which is, I love that, man, because I'm a Tony Pollard truther.
Oh, I know you're a Tony Pollard homer.
This is fantastic, dude. This is freaking fantastic for Tony Pollard that the Cowboys just picked a tight end. He's like one of the biggest winners of the draft so far.
I think even if we draft somebody, he's still gonna get his, man. You might not get the goal line carries or whatever, but he's still going to get that 12 to 1,500 yard mark.
Yeah, and he's a guy that can score from anywhere on the field. They got that breakaway speed, and they drafted tight end. Luke Schoonmaker.
Well, they needed one. I think tight end's more of a pressure point than a running back.
So is Dallas is Dallas your second team outside of Washington? I know you said you're in the Midwest, so
I hate Dallas.
Yeah, they're division rivals for your Commanders.
Yeah, and Dallas was America's team when I was growing up, even though I was a Washington fan. I mean, the Washington in the '80s are one of the best teams. But that was a good decade for them.
Oh, yeah, that's when you guys had. That's when you guys had who was it? That was after Joe Theismann, right? That was in the Doug Williams days.
Doug Williams won it in '87. It was Mark Rippon in '91. Maybe one of the best teams ever assembled. That Washington team had 3 1,000-yard receivers: Gary Clark, Ricky Sanders, Art Monk, good running back. Doug Williams Super Bowl. We just made them. Yeah, it was a good time to grow up with them.
Got a pick in here from the Bills at the end of the second. Pick 59. They go with guard from University of Florida, Osiris Torrance. A little help on that interior offensive line for Josh Allen there, who said he's not going to run as much this year. I don't know if I believe that. He's the kind of guy that'll do what it takes.
Well, he wants to win. If the lane's open, he's going.
Hey, don't you say that, David Mills.
You got to quit talking about it because you know what's coming. You know what's going to happen. You're like, dodging bullets, and then it's coming.
They may trade for DeAndre Swift.
That wouldn't. They need a guy. They need a big boy. They need a guy who can block on third down if needed, and they need that 3-yard in a cloud of dust guy.
I'm such a big fan of so Commanders fan. I'm sure you've got a Scary Terry collection, right? Terry McLaurin, yeah. Is that your guy?
I got a lot of good Terry stuff, a lot of good autos and higher end stuff.
He's got this big contract now. He's going to be on the Commanders for a while. What's your favorite product from 2019? What do you think's the go-to for 2019?
Well, I'm a Select guy. Always have been. Worst thing they ever did was make it a retail product.
Oh man!
If you look at some of the older Select stuff, like I have Zeke's Prism field level PSA 10. There's like 20 of them. Same with McLaurin. As soon as they made it a retail product and dumped all those silvers everywhere, some of those silvers from like Josh, say like Mahomes or Josh Allen years, or very rare. Very rare. But I love Select. Always been a Select guy. I like Spectrum, and on the Spectre train with Steve and Obsidian, Origins. Always been big Origin guys. Didn't like in the beginning when they just put the double zeros on the guy's chest and just sprayed him in there and didn't have like their numbers on there. But
yeah,
I've been a Select guy that they always talk here. Select's eventually going to catch Prism. It just never does. But but the field levels, if you look like a Justin Fields field level Prism now, based to his to the Prism PSA 10s, Select field levels are more. Because
this is my card right here.
I do love Contenders too. Don't get me. I love Contenders, and if you know what, hopefully you can get a good look at this one.
Let's
see what it is.
It's AG.
Cracked Dice PSA 10 AG. Try to get it.
Nice.
Try to get out the glare on it. Yeah, if you like Contenders, you know about the cracked dice. There you go. It focused a little bit better. Hard to see the cracked dice though because I'm getting glare off the TV screen. But yeah, Contenders. Love the Contenders too. And if you're looking at like staples, the Contenders' autos are probably some of the biggest value cards too, because you can get the unnumbered just on-card autos of these quarterbacks that are selling for $1,000 raw. Very high numbers. I want to say Contenders.
So these Rasheed Rice cards just have sold out. They're going through the roof, according to some guys over here in the chat. And James is saying the Luke Schoonbacher, what is his name? Schoonmakers are just sold out as well on eBay because of Cowboy. That's Cowboys fan base and Patrick Mahomes right there for you.
Yeah, Chad. I usually just buy singles, and Rick retails trash. But hobby is too, as you're talking Panini products. I'm not going to go buy $600 or $700 cards and get $30 worth of cards. Buy singles all day long. It's fun to rip if you got the extra money, but especially with Contenders, the only thing in the box is worth anything are the autos. And if you're going to pay $500 or $600 for a box of Contenders and get 4 autos of 4 guys that you've never heard of, that's kind of rough.
So here's a Rasheed Rice Leaf draft that's $35, $5 shipping. I'm sure somebody's gonna buy it. I feel like it's a pretty risky play, but I
wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, it's pretty risky, right?
It's paper. It's Leaf. Granted, Leaf just got bought out though by Fanatics, so Leaf sold. So now they'll be able to have a licensed product.
Oh,
But that's
Leaf just
paper.
got bought by Fanatics?
Yeah. Leaf got bought out.
Wow, I missed that,
like a week
man.
ago, maybe a week ago, I think. I don't know if it's finalized or what, but the announcement was made like a week ago. Paper, Leaf card, if it's not a quarterback or Bijan Ra, it's just for $35. Let's just put this in perspective. The CJ Stroud that went for 135, graded Bowman U, Shimmer, PSA 10 only went for $135 yesterday. I can't say I don't own a lot of Leaf autos because Leaf Metal is one of the best looking cards, in my opinion, that they put out. Yeah, I wouldn't touch Rashid the 10-foot pole. Chad Wright, window closed. If you're gonna buy them now, you're gonna get your hands closed in the window.
Same thing with probably with Luke Schoonmaker here.
Yeah, if you wait a month to enter, if you like some of these guys are getting drafted, if you wait a couple weeks or a month, you can probably revisit those prices they were selling for before the draft.
My eBay must not be updating as fast or something, because like I'm only seeing a couple transactions. But sometimes my search results are not showing up right for some reason.
Yeah, for sure, Chad. I definitely agree. The Leaf Metal cards look great. Algier gets one game, I'm dumping.
Ooh.
Lovely
We've got
metal.
another tight end pick off the board here, Corey, to the Jags at 61 here at the end of the second. The Jags go with Brenton Strange from Penn State. And you've got the whole contract negotiation going on with Evan Ingram.
Oh, maybe they dump him. That was that.
Hey, he wants
Evan
more
Ingram
money than they're willing to give him.
Evan Ingram was those guys last year could help you be a fantasy champion because he wouldn't even draft those leagues. Well, they could be two great tight ends. Nothing wrong with that. Patriots did it for years until their tight ends started killing people. Well, maybe you dump Ingram, save some cash with a good young kid you can plug in. Team's young.
The Bengals added more depth to their defensive secondary with DJ Turner from Michigan.
Speaking of the Bengals, what are they going to do about Mixon? He can't keep his head on straight. Speaking of guys that can't keep their head on straight, you ever see the video of him knocking some girl out in the like Buffalo or some sort of fast food restaurant his senior year in high school or college? Yeah, he can't keep his head on straight.
Yeah, his stock is done, man.
What are they going to do? They got rid of P. Ryan. Are they going to be calling me up and say, "Hey, I remember that flag football game you had a couple years ago, man. We need you." Yeah, I don't see Mixon playing for them anymore. Speaking, he's not Antonio Brown bad, but he's not helping his case any. I'm surprised that since he didn't go try to go in and get a running back here. The rumors were that was one of Zeke's favorite landing places. I'm like, buddy, I love you, man, but no. You're going to be sitting on somebody's bench somewhere, and we're waiting until somebody gets hurt.
Yeah, yep. I agree, man. I agree at this point. I don't think I don't think this Brenton Strange is going to eat into too much of Evan Ingram's target share. No. I think it's an additional weapon. He looks really thick. He's probably good at blocking. I have to look at his PFF blocking grades and stuff. He really didn't get a whole lot of targets and receptions though. So it's like
he looks like the share. Yeah, it looks like the guy that's going to put in the trenches and do the blocking. Because Evan Ingram definitely is not a blocking tight end. Penn State,
no,
talking about somebody that turns out tight ends. Gesicki was phenomenal. They always put tight ends out.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a big boy.
So I don't. To me, this pick doesn't really eat into too much of the target share for Ingram, and they spread the ball around a lot. And they're going to be having Calvin Ridley rolling out this year, who they've already had the little hype videos pumped out of Trevor Lawrence throwing to Calvin Ridley. So that's already in the works. That's going to be really, really hyped up coming September.
Yeah, I don't know what Calvin Ridley's cars are sitting at, but that could be maybe a sneaky play, depending on where they're sitting. Because he's going to get fed the rock, and Trevor Lawrence wants to throw the ball. God, if they wouldn't have had Urban Meyer's ass the first year, who knows what could have been last year. I think Jags are going to be on the rise, very much so.
We got Blackbeard Goat in the house. David, so we could talk Niner at 97 to 100. We got Rick wanting to talk Niners. We've got a pick in for the Texans here. At the end of the second round, we've got Juice Scruggs, center from Penn State. So 2 Penn State players back to back. Another offensive lineman for the Texans to help protect C.J. Stroud, number 2 overall pick. Pretty solid draft by the Texans. I was a little shocked that they traded up to 3 to get Will Anderson. It's basically like they took Will Anderson at 2 and traded up to get C.J. Stroud at 3. Kind of with the way that happened, that was weird. But it's you never know how much influence the head coaches have on these picks. Like clearly Dan Campbell is having quite a bit of influence on the Detroit Lions picks there in the first round. Oh, the Broncos just traded up. The Lions just traded back with the Broncos. The Broncos are getting their first pick in the 2023 draft. The Broncos are on the clock. Who did they get?
Oh, what are some of the Broncos? They got their tight end last year. They're decent on wide receivers. Defense wasn't horrible.
Their biggest needs are offensive line and defense and something on the defense.
You can never go wrong with O linemen.
It'd be hilarious if the Broncos drafted Hendon Hooker.
I'd laugh. Fucking Russell Wilson talking about shit in your pants. Oh my God.
You think Russ is cooked? You think he's washed? Or do you think Sean Payton can save him?
If anyone can save him, it's Sean Payton. I think there's a good system for him in Seattle. Run heavy. They didn't have to depend on him, so he flourished. I'm not trying to say he was a system quarterback, but I think the system definitely benefited him. We'll see. This year will tell. If he's trash this year, then then see you later. Yeah, someone's gonna reach for Hooker here soon. I think it's safe to say that at this point in time, I think it's the now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's gonna fall too much more. But this is interesting.
Not a lot of need there.
I feel like the Lions are the most likely pick, but you've also got the Rams who have been projected to take him as depth there behind Matt Stafford, developed behind Matt Stafford.
Stafford's one concussion away from being done. Stafford's had too many concussions. He's a concussion or 2 away from just being done. Even his wife's, even you know how much you pay to the social media world, but I try to stay away from it. But yeah, his wife's made comments about it.
Yeah. You think I know you mentioned you made a lot of money on Tua. Speaking of concussions,
I wouldn't touch Tua with a 20-foot pole, but
really,
wouldn't touch him.
You think he's done?
You look at him. He's like the Grand Hill of football. You look at him wrong, he gets hurt. I mean, how many times has he been hurt already? And the concussions. I like Tua. He's small. He's accurate. He doesn't got the best arm, but he's accurate in that 15 to 20 yard range. Anything under 20 yards, he's money. But you've seen some of the ducks he throws downfield. But when you're throwing to, Hill and Waddle, I mean, you got. I think he's good. I just I worry that he's going to get broke. I keep looking at him like RG3, they're going to kill him. And they almost did. Whatever that stuff he was doing when he's laying on the field like this.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Caleb Williams? Yeah, I wouldn't touch Caleb Williams, right? That guy, his card's got to be expensive.
It's wait for the draft hype cools off and make a play on Caleb Williams and hold it for a year and sell it draft time next year. That's the play because Caleb Williams cards just came out.
He's number one pick.
Yeah. So
he'll be the number one pick. As of right now, I would say he's the number one pick.
Good luck to Rick. He's ripping a hobby box. We want to wish Rick good luck. He's ripping the 23 Bowman U hobby box.
I might have to go get one of those.
He's ripping a box of Bowman U 2022. Fu Frank is in the house. He's got a question for Commander Late Stick. What you think about Curtis Samuel? Worth investing?
If I showed you my Curtis Samuel collection, you'd puke on yourself. I'm going to tell you that right now. I got some of his very, very, very high-end stuff. Like, got a 1-of-1 flawless auto of him I got for like $50. I got a lot of Curtis Samuel cards because if you saw his – I don't know how much you guys pay attention to college show. If you saw his senior season at Ohio State, his junior year, where he had 800 yards receiving and over 800 yards rushing, he's electric. But he's like the cat bus I talked about earlier, if you're here for that. He can't stay on the field. He gets hurt too. He has hammy problems. But
he did good last year. He did really good last year.
And he's dirt cheap. I mean, he can't get much cheaper. I've been looking at this Prism Auto for $25 for like 6 weeks and thinking about buying it. Just the base Prism Auto for $25. You might be able to get him down to 20 or 15. He's dirt cheap. And if you want to buy some of his cards, I think it's low risk because you're not losing a lot of money. But he's electric if he can stay on the field. And he's young. He's still young. And if Hal is anything, he's got potential. Plus, he can play running back. Stick him back there once in a while. You know, he gets carries at RB, too. I love Curtis Samuel. Would I love to invest a whole lot of money in him? Well, I can already say I have, but, I mean, probably wasn't the wisest thing, but this is a PC for me. As cheap as he is, I mean, I don't know how you can go wrong. That's my personal opinion.
I agree. He's at bottom floor prices. Speaking of wide receivers, we got a big pick in because the Broncos moved up to get this guy, Marvin Mims, wide receiver from Oklahoma.
There you go. That's a good pick there.
Yeah, man. Age 21.
That's a really good pick at this point in time.
Super young breakout age. I hope he's not related to Denzel Mims. I hope if he is his younger brother, I hope like he sees how lazy his older brother is and is out to prove the Mims family name that they are some hard-working dudes. They got that dog in them. So check it out, man. We got a deep ball threat, a new weapon for Russell Wilson.
Did they? What happened? Fell downstairs on the hardwood. Sorry, he just heard him crash. Did Denver lose? Did they lose somebody? They still got Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy, right?
Yeah, they're on contract. So, but Jerry Jeudy is a guy that's under the radar, been taking trade calls that could potentially be traded this offseason. You've got Tim Patrick who's recovering from the ACL, but he'll be good to go because he was a preseason ACL tear.
Maybe they think they're going to lose Jeudy.
So this may be a play to trade Jerry Jeudy, or this just.
I agree with Derek. Sutton blows. I'm not a
Javonte Williams is not going to be 100% to start the season. So you guys, you got plenty of time to buy Javonte Williams. I'm a big fan of Javonte, but he's not going to probably be 100%.
He won't be. They never are the first year. Look at Dobbins coming back. He came back mid-season. He still wasn't. He was phenomenal when he was in there, but you could just tell it wasn't there. Never usually good after year one. So there's definitely there's definitely. I bet his cards are in the basement. So if you're looking for stuff, if basement guys like that who have potential, I mean, this is all about what you think, this is risk reward here. If you want to take a risk on someone, you're okay with losing that money. You're not worried about it. But it's just what it is.
That's it.
Investing's all about.
And that's why I like to diversify, and yeah, that price point is important, and the athletic profile for me is important because I diversify on good athletes, and some of them are going to convert. A lot of them end up converting. They get the right opportunity, or because it's football cards like DeAndre Swift. If you got him, you're okay because you're just holding him and hope he gets traded, and then all of a sudden you're going to sell him on the news of the trade, because he goes to the Chiefs or the Eagles or the Chargers or a good team like that. And it's like, oh, boom, people are excited about DeAndre Swift again all of a sudden,
Yeah, there's also that risk with the running backs. I mean, most of these guys got like a 4 or 5, maybe 6-year window. So, I mean, I personally feel that quarterbacks and wide receivers are just better just for that reason alone. But I mean, there's always money to be made no matter what. But like Derek said, I don't know how well Javante's comeback is at this point in time. I haven't done a lot of research on him. I know I dumped all my Javante cards last year before he got hurt.
It looks like I gotta check out Blowout. Oh, did you see that guy sent a message to last night about his screenshots?
Oh, did he respond?
He did respond.
He responded?
Yeah, he did respond. He said, I know I need to really get better pictures, phone, Android. It's hard to do it right. I need to sit down and really figure it out. I'm really sorry. I'll try to get on that this week. I know you're only doing it for my good. I'm thankful. Have a great day. Again, I appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad he had that response because they could have went the other way too. That's good that he understands. I don't think he understands those pictures are not going to inspire me to buy your card. And there's been cards in there that I've wanted and I've seen they've either been like scans or something that just look fishy. And I'm like, I can't buy your card, bro. I don't care. Especially if you got a low, seller rating. Yeah, I agree with Derek. I thought that was going to be an FU reply, quite honestly, but
that was not the reply I was expecting either, especially because I wrote that message after like 4 beers last night, and I was trying to genuinely help the guy, but I thought I might have been a little I might have been a little rude or cocky or something. I don't know. So, but yeah, I was just genuinely trying to help the guy. But at the same time, I was calling him out. He doesn't even realize he was called out on the live stream too, where 300 people.
I don't know if you've seen the picture boxes. I don't know if you can get a picture box. They're pretty cheap. Put your cards in to take the pictures, and they look pretty good.
Yeah, I think those photo boxes are fantastic ideas for people, especially for people that struggle.
I got all sorts of lamps and lights in here. I get good lighting, good angles to get the shine on them, and I always take my cards naked. If they're in a PSA case, I'm not worried about it so much. But if they're like a silver or something, make sure you get the right angle on them, get the glow going. Sometimes I put them in a one touch if it's a nicer card. Just depends.
Yeah, man. Photos are so important, right?
Yeah. And I'm going to look at some Curtis Samuel cards tonight. Just saying. God, when you can buy top, I bet his rookie ticket. I got his cracked ice rookie ticket auto too, by the way. I would dig it out and show you, but I think I bought that for $40 his rookie season. But at that point in time, you could buy anything for cheap, except for Patrick Mahomes. But
I see what the guys are talking about. 2023 Bowman's Best football hobby box is out. What is this?
Bowman Best baseball is pretty nice. It's usually too many boxes.
2022 on the box, Corey. It says 2022 on the box, but 2023 in the name. And
yeah,
the best that Bowman University has to offer is finally here with its first ever release of 2022 Bowman U Best football.
Yeah, Bowman Best is probably around my top 2 or 3 with baseball cards. I have a Bo Bichette Bowman's Best Gold out of 50, which he's blowing it up. I know, no more baseball talk, but I love Bowman Best. I love just Bowman cards in general have always been a staple. Before Panini took over, there was Bowman football cards. In fact, I just sent a couple Calvin Johnsons in to get graded of his rookie year.
Nice.
Love Bowman. Bowman U looks great. I just wish that the college football would catch on for more than a week, comes out, it's hot for a week or two, and then just dies. I love the college unis. I love everything about college cards. They just haven't had staying power. I'm hoping maybe
I
with
don't
Fanatics.
really see anything in this either that's going to have staying power unless it's autographed and serial numbered. To me, I haven't seen anything in this that I really like yet.
Oh yeah, I dabble in both. I used to dabble in basketball. It was just too much. I got some Tyrese Maxey graded cards, which I did really well on him, but can't say I did that on everybody. If you were in cards, this is the big thing. If you were in cards before 2020 happened, you were making some money. But if you were selling anything after that, like if you were buying heavy in 2015 to 2020 and you started dumping when the market was high, you made some serious cash. You also lost because you were rebuying. You also lost because you were rebuying. That's the biggest thing is like people that bother me about influencers, big influencers, they always talk about how much money they're making and all this stuff. And like, when I talk about my channel, I've lost money on cards. It's just the way it is. It's just like anything. It's like a stock. You thought you got in at a good time and just didn't end up that way. Just like I bought a Bo Bichette Superfractor. And I bought it for $103 graded, and then the next day it was $80. I just did that. So you thought I got it at a good price. $100 is $250 a year ago, and no. So all right, hey you two dad, you should have Surface or toxins.
I don't know if that's a joker. My kids don't open the card. I guess I get Pokemon cards for the kids, but
my little boy will come down and look at them and he'll say, "Daddy, you got a lot of cards," and that's as far as it goes. No touchy, no anything. I can't wait to start opening cards with him. Chad. I wish I could have had a Bryce Young auto or even any of those guys, any of Anthony Richardson, any of them guys that went, especially the QBs, obviously.
So we've had a couple linemen go.
Might have to get one of those Bowman Bests at that price. If you were to pull any decent auto, you could probably make your money back on the box. That is the one good thing about college product. If you're going to buy a hobby box, it's cheap. Because if you're going to go in there and buy 2 or 3 blasters, it's going to be the same price of a hobby box. You might as well buy the hobby box. I did rip a Bowman 2023 box yesterday. Baseball. Didn't work out too well. All right, who we got? Looks like my beer showed up, which is always a good thing. My wife just got home.
Nice. So we got a couple picks here from the Eagles.
Okay.
And the Bears. Got Sidney Brown, safety from Illinois, that just went to the Eagles at 66. Tyler Steen, tackle from Alabama, that went at 65. And Zach Pickens, interior defensive lineman, went to the Bears at 64 to catch you up to speed.
Try to have 2 full defensive teams. We'll just rotate a whole team at once.
Man. Broncos back on the clock.
And Eagles are just tearing it up, man. I don't know. I wonder what their odds are to win the Super Bowl. I got to be the highest, or the worst odds, but the best odds.
I got to get me some more Jalen Hurts. I know I'm going to pay a premium, but like you said, you compare him to Herbert and Burrow, there's a lot of room for the likelihood of him going back to the big game.
More room for Fields, though. A lot more.
That's true.
I think Fields and Hurts are way better buys Fields and Hurts are way better buys than Burrow and Herbert. If you bought Herbert cards last year, you're upside down on him big time. You're way up if you bought Burrow, and he's kind of flattened out a little bit, but I mean, even Herbert cards now are cheaper than Burrow's, so I'm gonna, now that I'm starting to look at something, I just sent like 30 Fields cards in to get graded. I'm gonna nothing crazy. Bunch of Donruss Optic, a couple of his hollows and stuff, and some of his unnumbered. Because you can't even hardly afford to buy his numbered anything. God is like higher number, like Donruss Optic cards are selling for like $150, $200 raw, and it's hard to buy a raw card at that price. And
What do you feel about this 2021 Donruss Optic Football retail box at 160, guaranteed 10 rated rookies, and you're getting 80 cards out of this? This is 2021, so you got the chance to pull a Fields or Trevor Lawrence or Jamar Chase or all those guys. This almost seems like it's worth it, in my opinion. It's potential. Now, I know by looking at the graded reports, specifically Trevor Lawrence, the gem rate, the chance of getting a PSA 10 on these 2021 optics. I'd love to get your opinion as you submit so much to PSA, Corey, on a 2021 optic. But the gem rates for Trevor Lawrence are not good. It's probably it's like around a 50-50 shot of getting a 10 on the raw.
Well, if you're thinking it in that aspect that you plan on sending these cards into possibly PSA, because you only need to pull a couple of the base cards to get your money back. If you're going to you 10 one of them, you got half your money back. I'm okay with that. But Panini retail is trash, and I don't know any other way to put it. If you are lucky enough to pull one of the QBs and of the color, whatever it's going to be in that, I don't know if it's going to be pinks. What are the exclusive color for that? Does it say? I'm assuming it's going to be pinks or some, whatever. There's like 10 million unnumbered raw variables of those cards. So you're getting 10 rated rookies. How big is a rated rookie set? 100? Is it 100 rookies, I would assume? So you got 4 quarterbacks you can hit. Well, actually, no, we got basically 2 now.
Yeah.
So you do your odds. You got about 10%, 2 out of 100. You're getting 10 of them.
When you can get, let's see what we can get a 2021. I know you can get a Trevor Lawrence raw for about $20. Bam! Let's go, baby.
Someone finally take him.
In. It's early, too. I got it early from Ari Mirov. QB alert. The Lions have selected Tennessee quarterback Hendon Hooker at 68. The Lions. Let's freaking go. I love it.
Yeah, I love me some Shohei Ohtani. I'm going to tell you how much I love some Shohei Ohtani. I just pulled this 3 days ago. We're talking about Shohei and the thing. That's a gold Shohei auto I just pulled. But
have you been buying any Jared Goff? Have you been one of the Jared Goff guys?
I sold them all already. I bought 2 2016 hobby boxes back in 2016. I pulled 2 Goffs and a Wentz. I sold the Goffs raw as soon as he had his first good Detroit game for like $35 a piece.
Derek's been saying for months, Hooker had Lions written all over him. He's a Motor City mofo.
I don't think Goff's a long-term solution, so maybe Hooker is.
Oh yeah, I think this is a year development maybe for Hooker unless Goff gets hurt, and then
they don't need him right away.
Hooker's going to have the elite offensive line. Nice. What you got there, Corey?
There's a local brewery here in Lawrence called Free State. This is a Free State Storm Chaser IPA. Cheers.
Cheers. Happy draft to you guys. Got my slightly mighty.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers to Chad, Frank, Rick, Derek, all you guys out there in the chat. Bob.
Detroit needs to get Hooker back and healthy. Let Goff carry his team to a 10-7 record just because they're loaded and they got a good coaching around them. And then I personally think you get what you can out of Goff and then put Hendon Hooker. And I know somebody's asking about San Francisco earlier with all that madness. I think you get Trey Lance healthy and see if he still got some value. I think Brock Purdy is good for that system. And I think they got the guy.
They got the guy in Brock Purdy. They got Sam Darnold to bridge till the elbow gets healed up, And Trey's out of there, right? You said you think Trey's out?
I have no reason to keep him. But you got to be able to get value out of him. You got to get value while you still can, because you don't know how good he's going to be. He didn't play enough. So can you still get a late first round or a second round pick from him? I don't know. You can't keep him as a backup. You don't waste number 2 draft cap, let him sit on the bench and then be replaced by a guy that maybe never was going to be an NFL quarterback unless he got drafted by San Francisco and got that, that opportunity. Because you can see with Jimmy G is an average quarterback. If they can win with Jimmy G, they can win with anybody. So
Carter's pumped up. I just saw a tweet from Carter. Let's see what Carter just tweeted about the Denver Broncos.
True LSU lover. Gotta respect it.
I think he's pumped up.
They're looking pretty good this year. They're looking pretty good this year too.
He's pumped up about the Denver Broncos right now.
If Rush can pull his head out of his arse, they'll be all right. Because they got a decent defense and good skilled position players.
He said Broncos had no first rounders, but ended up taking Marvin Mims, Andrew Sanders, 2 players who can ball. Denver Broncos start ripping bongs now because it's a party. Oh, we got a wide receiver selection now from the Houston Texans here. And Nathaniel Dell from Houston. Right, I guess
good luck on the rip.
Rip and rip. Yep. Good luck, brother. Good luck. Sending you all the luck. Nathaniel Dell goes to the Houston Texans. Got another weapon for CJ Stroud.
How is I haven't checked on the O-line situation down there in Texas, but how's the O-line? How's Houston's O-line?
It's about middle of the pack.
Yeah, I don't think
they've got one of the best tackles. They've got one of the best tackles in the league in Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. They got the left tackle. That's the main thing for him. So he won't be getting blindsided. Yeah, Detroit's doing all this, like, I don't know, man. It's exciting. They're just pulling out all the stops, man. They don't even care. We're just going to take this guy. We don't care. We're going to draft a running back that no one thinks we should draft, and boom, boom, boom. Love me some Detroit. It's been a long time since anyone could have been excited about anything in Detroit.
Yeah, they're kind of going wild this year, huh?
Yeah. Even when they had Stafford, they just never, and Calvin, they just never got over the hump. Yeah, always a lot of reaching in the draft. Oh, yeah, yes, I just never said that. Derek's like, Dale's a reach. $9, plain white envelope. 1 is a variation. Nice.
Oh, let's go, Nathaniel Dell.
Boy, $9 for an auto. Yeah, I'll take that reach too. You're just looking to make money to capitalize. Yeah. Is it 2? Is it round 2 in? How far are they going tonight? All the way to 4? Into 4?
They go 2 and 3. Round 2 and 2 and 3. We're actually we're cruising, man. So we're going to pick 102.
Yeah, much better than last night. They're going here.
We're cruising. We had Byron Young, interior defensive lineman, go to the Raiders at 70, and now the Saints are on the clock at 71.
Boy, I need to get a better draft board to look at. This one's behind by two picks. Seeing if my Commanders were coming up again.
Hop back over to
Yeah,
Twitter.
San Francisco's got a ton of picks in this round.
Let's see. How do I? There we go. I want to see that. Amon-Ra St. Brown making the draft selection announcement for.
I like Volpe, Chad, for sure. Any Yankees guy. You would tell ESPN that they need to quit being behind 2 picks. He's got to be happy going to a young team. Lots of potential. He knows he's going to be the guy eventually. He knows he's going to be the guy. Jared Goff just keeps being the guy, gets shipped off. And Detroit's got so many options.
Do you think Jameson Williams' stock is going to fall at all due to the 6-game suspension?
I mean, I'm assuming at this point in time his cards are already in the basement, so I don't know how much. I don't know how much farther they could go. I don't know. I can't imagine his cards are doing very well as of right now. There might be.
He's got that Alabama sub 4.4 height.
Sure, he does.
Are you what's your favorite set from 2022? Are you big on the rookie tickets this year? What do you like? I know you're a Mosaic.
Yeah, Mosaic's probably like my favorite, just one in select. But I get all rookie tickets. All my favorite players, I have rookie ticket autos of. I like Origins. I think Origins are really. I like Origins. Always been an Origins fan. I probably got a. Don't really got a. I guess Mosaic's probably my favorite, like Chrome card. But I mean, Prism has never really been my thing. But Prism's where it's at. I mean, rookie ticket autos too. All right. If anybody's buying him for $80 right now, I'd slap him the next week. I'd say $25 tops right now. What's he looking at here? Stamps. Well, that's out of 22, so I get that one. It's not a cracked ice, though. Okay, out of 99, so their best 50. Jesus, that's way more than I thought he'd be going for right now.
I told you, man, he's got that Alabama hype.
I get that, but he ain't done anything on the field. Pretty much nothing. And he got suspended for 6 games.
This is a guy you want some exposure to. I know Derek's not big on Horned Frog wide receivers, but Horned Frog running backs may be the pick there because Alvin Kamara may be suspended, and they just drafted Kendre Miller from TCU.
Yeah, that's some hard. I don't think I could buy Jameson Williams for that price. He's never going to be the guy there. Not as long as Amon-Ra St. Brown's there. To me, that's too expensive. I know he's got the pedigree and everything else, but I don't. At that price, I wouldn't touch him.
Best comparable to Khalil Herbert.
That's a guy could have a good year this year. I like me some Khalil Herbert. I bet his cards are dirt. His cards are got to be dirt cheap. It's good.
He doesn't look like he could really breakaway speed.
No, not in college level. That to get away with that, he would have walked down in the pros. Looks like I got to take another one to the house. He doesn't look fast, but looks can be deceiving, I guess.
He was just gassed in that first round.
Yeah, looks that way. Oh, he looks much quicker there. Yeah, Chad's talking about the orange lasers, and those are real easy. Those are high gem rate cards. I've sent like 5 Justin Fields in and got all 10s on those. Very high, very high. Same with the orange disco balls. Because those laser cards hide a lot of the print lines and stuff. I mean, Herbie might even be an okay buy right now, considering. I don't know what his card price is at, but I know they're less than Burrow. Probably about a little bit higher than Hurts. And we know where his cards can go.
Hey Billy, I appreciate if I have to click the mute button on you, Corey, just know it's because there's some kind of echo that pops in and out. So I appreciate you guys sticking with us and hitting the like button on the YouTube live stream, because we're definitely demonetized with all the highlights and stuff we're showing tonight. So I hope you guys are enjoying this draft live stream. Make sure you guys go give Corey a follow as well over at Late Stick Cards and Collectibles. I'll post his YouTube channel again in the chat.
Yeah, it's kind of getting down to the nitty gritty where I'm starting to not know who a lot of these guys are. Oh, looks like Rick got a big hit.
Rick's got a big hit.
Yeah, I think anybody says to me, I appreciate it. Not, I'm good. Any support I get is always welcome. Yeah, I didn't come on here to try to promote my channel or anything. So I just came here to I got called in out of the bullpen.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. I can fill in sometimes if you ever need me to.
I think we're going to have another guest hopping on here in a little bit. Ryan from Rhinoverse. He's a comic book connoisseur that has recently dabbled into the football card market. He is a patron of our community, and he has been ripping a ton of product. And I'm helping him get his eBay store up and running. And he's a massive Atlanta Falcons fan. So I think he will be joining us tonight as well.
Yeah, I dabble in the comics too. I gotta dabble in everything.
Collectors gotta collect, right?
Yeah, collectors gotta collect. My wife probably wouldn't agree with that, but no, they don't. Do they ever really understand? They don't. I'm curious to hear about what you guys say about comics, if he's going to get into that, because I actually got a question or two for him for that.
Yeah, he's an expert when it comes to comic books. So any questions you have about comics, he's the perfect person to ask. He's actually got like one of the sickest. I think it's a Marvel collection or maybe Justice League or something like that. Oh no, that's right. It's Venom. The evil Spider-Man, he's got like this sick Venom comic book collection.
Yeah, Venom's first appearance goes for a pretty decent money. I think it's Amazing Spider-Man 300. That's the same deal with some of those. There was a junk wax era for cards. There was a junk wax era for comics too. I don't know what they call it, but there was some serious overprinting going on in the late 80s and early 90s. So a lot of those comics only got worth if they have if they're graded.
Man, Josh Downs is just on a free fall. But the Giants finally picked a wide receiver, man. The Giants finally picked a wide receiver. They needed it. Jalen Hyatt here from Tennessee, a favorite target of Hendon Hooker, actually. Best comparable to De'Ami Brown. I like the speed, the catch radius, the burst. Got a guy on the board for the Giants.
They need wide receiver help. There's no doubt about it. I mean, anybody they bring in doesn't work out. I mean, even Odell in his last couple of years just wasn't he's injured. Had they had the last couple of years, they might have been pulling people out. They've been pulling people off the streets to throw the ball to. Yeah, my little boy's infatuated with tornado sirens, so he's up there making his tornado siren sounds. I don't know if you can hear those or not.
No,
like he can spot a tornado siren from like 4 blocks away. Daddy, siren! I'm like, okay. Yeah, I just noticed that that there was the Saints that took that TCU running back. Speaking of guys making terrible decisions, I love me some Alvin Kamara, but he's probably done.
Hey, are you on this stream on your computer?
No.
Like a laptop?
Oh, yeah, I'm on a computer.
Okay. Do you have a settings little cog at the bottom?
Yes.
Click that for me and go to the audio.
Okay.
Is there a button there for echo cancellation?
Yep, it's checked.
Oh, it is checked.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
I'm not hearing any echoes at all. So the only time I've heard them was from your end of it.
Yeah, but there's an echo. Coming from your. It's coming somewhere from the stream. It's weird. I don't know. I've never had this, but it's strange. It's all right.
I could always try to plug in my headphones. Might make a difference.
Yeah, try that. See if your audio output goes to the headphones. Because to me, it sounds like it's coming from your speakers.
I did have another set of speakers turned on. I turned them off. Is that better? I don't think they were using them for anything. Still an echo?
Let's test.
Oh shit.
No. I think you're frozen though. No more echo, but you did freeze. All right. So test.
I think we're better now. I had another set of speakers on because that's where it was coming. Your voice was coming out of those speakers. I didn't realize I had them on.
Test. Yeah. No, we're good, man.
Yeah, my bad. I had some other Bluetooth speakers on. I thought I turned them off. That's what it was running through. You're right. Sorry.
No, you're good. I mean, hey, it's your first time streaming.
It is. You broke me in.
Dude, I can't even figure out how to add myself to the stream. The first time I streamed, it was just a blank screen, and I wasn't even on it. It's like I'm not even added to the stream. So, but it is nice not having an echo, man.
Yeah, my bad. I was gonna run with my Bluetooth with my. If you guys don't know, I have a pair of these. Are some of the cheapest, nicest earphones on the market. They're the Raycons. I'll roll it. Cheers and no echo.
Cheers. So we haven't. Let's see. Okay, we do have another pick in. The Browns finally get their first pick of the draft here. So we had Jalen Hyatt, who we've been watching highlights of here, go to the Giants, finally getting a wide receiver. Actually, this prospect for Jalen Hyatt's not bad. I mean, they could probably put a little bit of muscle on him now in the NFL. Not bad there. I mean, not bad. Not very good agility, but potential. And then the Browns get a wide receiver in Cedric Tillman. The question is Deshaun Watson ever going to get back into form, or is he pretty much cooked? Still pretty young.
He looked horrible. He looked horrible last year. He never looked good. He never looked comfortable. He never looked good. But maybe a full season where he can actually practice and have the off season, we'll see. I kind of feel with him, Russell Wilson and Geno Smith, 50-50. Yeah, Massage Watson.
Cedric Tillman was teammates with Jalen Hyatt, another Hendon Hooker receiver, age 23. Looks like he was the more dominant receiver in terms of like target share. At least in 2021, he had the 25% target share.
Oh yeah, Hendon Hooker was just flinging that ball all over the place. I love the Hendon Hooker pick. He could easily have been a first-round pick if he wouldn't have got hurt. That's such huge value there where they got him.
For real. For real. I'm curious to see what happens to Hooker's values now that he's going to the Lions. And I think it really depends on what happens to the Lions this year. Like if the Lions actually make a playoff run, they take down the NFC North, they make a playoff run. I mean, the NFC's so wide open. Who knows how deep they could run? Obviously, the Eagles are the favorites now at this point to win the Super Bowl. But outside of that, it's not nearly as stacked as the AFC. The competition in the AFC is just nuts.
Yeah, it's not even close. It's Philly or bust, and in the AFC you got half dozen teams. Yeah, my money's on Philly. I don't even care what the AFC throws at them this time around. I hate to say it, being a Washington fan, but I just don't see how Philly. I mean, they got basically loading up on defense. They get 2 full defensive squads. I mean, it's going to rotate everybody at once.
Yeah, this is a depth play. I think Amari Cooper's still your number one. And actually, Amari Cooper had some pretty big games last year. He had a pretty decent season. I've made my money on Amari Cooper already. Like I made really good money on Amari Cooper when he played for Dallas. That's when I made my Amari Cooper flips, and he just, I mean, there's something about the receivers on the Browns that they don't get a lot of hype. They just don't, man. But it could change if Deshaun Watson starts playing well.
Has Amari's cards ever been as far as any top? I don't think they've ever been like top tier wide receiver cards, even when he was lighting it up. There's
Never
obviously
top
money
tier.
to be made on him.
They were like pretty like rookie ticket autos close to 100. We're talking 2015 rookie products. So Stephon Diggs class. I sold a Prism auto, silver Prism auto. I think that year they're numbered out of like 185 or something. This was PSA 10, and I sold it for $385. I did good on that card because I bought it for like 150 and then sold it for 385. But then I also bought a rookie ticket auto for like 40 or 50 and sold it for 100. So
that's pretty good price. I mean, if his rookie ticket autos are selling for $100, he's doing all right. I mean, because he used to sell more than that. You're up in Jefferson and Chase land, and formerly Jonathan Taylor land.
So the pick in Houston, Billy wants to know who's the pickup in Houston. In my opinion, no, it's not Nico Collins. They have one of the worst receiving cores in the league on paper. I think that right now it's either John Mechie or, I mean, the Nathaniel Dell pick, that's a round 3 pick. I think it's got to be John Mechie. I think the pickup in Houston is John Mechie because it's got the FOMO. He's heading into his rookie year. He's now a cancer survivor in remission. I was hoping he'd get paired up with Bryce Young as college quarterback, but John Mechie's got the profile and experience from his time in college to be an actual alpha receiver in the offense. So it's not. That's the pickup. That's the pickup, man. It's Mechie. I think you can go Nico. Nico's dirt cheap. I think he's okay, but I like Mechie. I like Mechie a little bit better. I'm going Mechie first and then Nico there. What about you, Corey?
As long as you can keep CJ on his feet, I think they'll both be all right. Obviously, Mechie's got, the pedigree. coming from Alabama. I like Mechie, always did. Hated when he made my team look bad in the national title game, but I mean, Nico Collins has been year 3. This is usually when wide receivers is a make or break year. So see what he has in store. As long as they keep Stroud upright, Stroud can wing the ball. So it's all about that. I like Mechie too. I mean, it's probably as cheap as his cards are right now. I mean, it's safer than some of the other stuff we've been talking about because you got low risk, high reward type things.
Yeah,
I would venture to say that Williams is higher than Mechie, but we're about to find out.
Oh yeah, gotta be. Williams is surprisingly expensive for now being suspended for the first 6 weeks. I think he was gambling.
He hasn't done anything. What did he play? How many games did he play last year? A few?
He played a couple games. He had 1 touchdown, I think maybe 1 touchdown, maybe 2 max. But
for a guy that's done nothing, his cards are extremely expensive. I get it. He has the pedigree and everything, but
that's it, man. It's FOMO. It's all FOMO with Jameson Williams and John Mechie.
That's what I'm talking about. Now that's what I'm talking about. $25 for out of 99.
Yeah.
That is a low risk, high reward type buy. I mean, not that I'm sitting here recommending you to buy John Mechie cards, but I mean, if you're looking at as far as on ROI or for those return on investment, look at that. It can't get much cheaper than that. Honestly, it can get Antonio Gibson $10 cheap, but you're not. I mean, $17.50 for a guy with that draft pedigree. That's cheap. That's dirt cheap. Anything's a risk. I mean, sit there and tell you seems like a solid buy, but at the end of the day, it's still a risk. He could either be phenomenal or that card could be worth $10 next year. I think he's got the pedigree and he's got the talent. And at that price, I might have to buy me a couple.
We got a few picks in. We've got edge rusher Zach Harrison from Ohio State.
Good pick.
One of you dogs from Ohio State going to Atlanta. Going to Atlanta, we got safety Marte Mapu from Sacramento State going to the Patriots. So they drafted Christian Gonzalez in the first round too. So adding some depth there to the defensive secondary on the Patriots. Byron Young, edge rusher from Tennessee, going to the Rams at 77. And then the Green Bay Packers take another tight end, Tucker Kraft from South Dakota State. Another tight end for Green Bay.
They're doing the old protect their quarterback at all costs, running 2 tight end setups. And I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be watching some John Mechie rookie ticket autos and some of his other cards at that price. I will be maybe making some purchases here.
Not many people like that pick of Tucker. Yeah, let's check out what we got going for John Mechie tonight. What's your favorite search filter? Like say you're looking to get some John Mechie cards tonight. How do you search? Usually
Prism or Auto.
John Mechie Prism.
Mm-hmm. To me, it's real simple. If you're looking to flip Contenders, Autos, Prism, Select. Very few brands that I'm looking to get into just for flipping purposes. Because some of the other stuff you start talking about rookies and stars, yeah, they look great, but it's just that the Contenders Autos are going to sell, and that the Prism's going to sell, and Select's going to sell.
Yep, my man.
And if you can get numbered cards of him for under $30, yeah, that's 75. Kind of see where that goes. That's a phenomenal buy. It looks
this green out of 75.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's see what this pops up to if it goes up.
And
but yeah,
those green cracked dices are out of the retail product only, and you only get like 2 of them a box. So those green cracked dice that was underneath that card are also very rare, even though they're not numbered. None. Oh, see, someone sniped it for $30, $31.
31.
It looks clean. It looks centered. Can't tell if the surface is clean, but you can at least see if there's dimples and other things on there.
Let's go, Corey. Silver Prism Auto, $15 right now, ending in an hour.
I'd be watching that. Looks centered. Centering looks pretty good. Just on initial look, they got a good. See, look at that. Guy's got his own little stand. It's all fancy and all shiny. I just look for dimples or anything that's on that thing. Auto
now,
looks to be. That's a great auto.
Would you ask for pictures out of the sleeve from this guy?
you probably won't get a response at this point in time. But if I'm really interested in a card, I always ask a guy for pictures. And I ask him, honestly, I said, you don't got anything in the description. Are there any print lines on the surface of the card? That's all I want to know. Anything I can't see in the card. Normally, though, 95% of the time, they'll tell you. Sometimes they just don't answer you, and they don't answer you. Probably figure there's probably some. But at this price, if you're getting, I mean, what's this card going to go for? $35-$40, maybe tops.
Maybe it's a little off center on the back.
The back doesn't matter. The 2022 Prism was terrible. So 2021 Prism with Fields this year, terribly off center. How many PSA 10s? I was afraid to buy the cards. I was like, the back was so bad. There's no way I can gem these up. Well, I bought a PSA 10 of it, and the back was like 75-25. So back, not so much.
Really?
So much. Mm-hmm.
They'll let that slide, huh?
Yes, they will. That 75-25 the back can be for a PSA 10. 60-40 on the front. So if that's better than 75-25. And you know that card's going to sell. That's just like a Contenders auto. That is a staple card right there. If you're looking for a staple card, Prism, Silver, auto. Same with the Contenders autos, on-card autos. What drives me nuts is the Contenders will have like cards out of 10, 23, and they'll be sticker autos.
Yeah, it's a shame, man. 12 minutes left on this iMac.
There's a cracked ice Mechie. Chad said there's a cracked ice Mechie out there. That could be a really big card.
Prices are good if you think. Oof, look at that. That looks so sick, man. I like those stubs.
Yeah, those are hard to gem. But if you're just looking to flip it, then don't worry about it.
He's got good penmanship too.
He has a great auto. He has a long. I mean, it's not the best looking auto, but he has a nice. He actually took time to sign the card instead of just going.
Yeah. All right, we got another fantasy relevant pick, skill position player off the board.
There you
go.
Josh
Downs.
Sell that card right now.
There you go. Yeah, man, he's going to be picking up some of that Anthony Richardson hype there in Indianapolis. He joins Michael Pittman Jr. and Ashton Doolin in the receiver room there. Alec Pierce drafted in the third round last year. So let's check out the profile on Josh Downs. This is the guy that Rick here. Shout out to Rick in the chat, just ripping the Bowman box. Pulled him a Josh Downs, nice auto here. Got a 4.48 speed, best comparable to Wan'Dale Robinson. Yeah, that's right. Andrew Perry was talking about him earlier. 5'9", 171. Little guy, little speedster guy.
He'll be a slot guy. But same deal. Indianapolis, great offensive line, great running back. I'm just surrounded him with weapons. He's going to be able to step on the field when he can and already have everything in place for him.
Hey, look at that. He was it looks like he was probably Sam Howell's top receiver in 2021. Sam Howell lit him up for 1,300 yards. And check that out. When Sam Howell left, he only put up 1,000 yards.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be that little shifty guy.
Yeah.
Yep, there he goes.
We're cracking open beer number 2.
Well, he looks a lot faster in 4.8, but, I mean, this is, who's he playing? As long as he's got good hands and a route runner, he'll be fine because he'll be playing slot. You ain't putting him outside.
I'm so happy that Hendon Hooker did not go to the Titans. Now, do you think the Titans here, round 3, do they go with, let's see, best available quarterback? I know Stetson Bennett's still out there. Is he kind of the next guy up?
I wouldn't touch Stetson Bennett with a 47-foot pole.
Why?
He's
Why?
25. He ain't got an arm. He's not good, man. He's an hour. He was up for Heisman Trophy. The only reason why because he played at Georgia. He's not good.
Well, they've got him ranked at 181 overall. You got another 4 quarterbacks in front of him. Tanner McKee from Stanford.
Someone takes a flyer on him in the 5th or 6th round. I get it, but I mean that's all he is. He's going to be a backup, maybe, possibly a practice squad guy. I don't know. At this point in time, He might as well just wait. They need a quarterback. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. They let Hendon Hooker slip right out. I don't get why they didn't take him. Even if you'd have taken him in the second round, I mean, geez, you know he's going to be your future.
Yay, Tennessee might be the team that trades for Trey Lance.
Could be.
Tennessee might be the team that trades for Trey Lance. All right.
Yeah, San Fran's got some options. I mean, I take it back. I forget about San Fran. It's Philly and San Fran. I don't know why I keep not saying San Francisco's defense is as good as Philly's, if not, they're good. Their D line they both got great D lines. San Fran could put you or me at quarterback and probably win. Just hand the ball off. If you can toss that thing 10 yards down the field, we're good. Whoa, I don't know about this guy.
Oh wait, did I knucklehead? That's right. Didn't the Titans draft Will Levis? That's right. They did. I knuckleheaded. They drafted Will. That's right. They drafted Will Levis at the beginning of the second.
We talked about it. Every one of us agreed that they should. Hendon Hooker would have been a way better option, but
that was like 2.5 hours ago, Derek. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know the picture of that quarterback at Hainer guy. I wouldn't draft him just because of that picture. I'm not drafting you.
Is he on the golf team?
Play golf, or what are you doing there? So you just play around 18?
It's a typical college photo. Yeah. So then we're just totally out on quarterback. Come on, Andy, get it together, man.
It's all right.
Draft.
I should have corrected you. I meant I just knew they should have took Hooker instead.
I just know the Titans need a quarterback. I just totally forgot about Levis.
Well, they still they still need a quarterback.
After the character flaws and the toe.
Oh, it's like Carter showed up.
I wrote him off as a bust.
He likes Hainer. He likes that polo shirt that Hainer's wearing.
Derek DMs me once a day to remind me that Will Levis is a bust. So I just kind of drilled it in my head, man.
I think that Hainer guy's a guy that drinks with his pinky out when he drinks his tea.
Power Hour LSU in the chat. Jake Hainer for life.
Yeah, it's all flyer now if you're taking a quarterback. Well, at least Will Levis' girlfriend's hot, I guess.
Will Levis' girlfriend is a blue chip.
Well, if that's the case, he'd be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Zach Wilson used to have that mantra going for him. The mom slayer. All right.
So you said you're a fan of Select until they made it retail, but I know that you've got quite a few Mosaic cards that you've shown in your PSA reveals, and you get a lot of 10s. Is it because of the high gem rate, or do you like the aesthetics of Mosaic, or do you think it's like a good set for flipping?
I just like the way it looks, mostly PC stuff. Mosaic's not a very high gem rate. They are like serious print line issues on terrible print line issues with those cards, like really faint print lines, but they're just all over the place. This is kind of the deal. Mosaic's like, it goes Prism, Select, Mosaic when it comes to the Prism style cards, but everything under Mosaic is just it don't matter as long as it's it's a good quarterback is going to sell. I like the way they look. They're definitely value wise or 3 when you start talking to those people. Genesis are nice. I got an Antonio Gibson PSA 10 Genesis. I should have bought the Justin Fields for $450 when I had the chance. I wouldn't pull the trigger. Now it's over, way over $1,000. Oh man, Genesis and Peacock are beautiful cards.
Ooh.
And those are cases that actually hold value. I like I told you, I told the Trey Lance story. I pulled the Trey Lance Genesis, gemmed it up, sent it in, sold it for 20 when he broke his leg 4 days later. So I got
Oh my God! What?
Whoever bought that card took it in the old behind.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, congratulations to you, man.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about perfect timing. We got another fantasy relevant pick in, 3rd round draft capital. Going to be playing behind the king in Tennessee. Tajay Spears from Tulane, running back, going to Tennessee.
Well, I think Derrick Henry wouldn't be mind being moved. So maybe this is why they drafted somebody.
He's been
Derrick Henry's older than Zeke. Derrick Henry's older than Zeke.
Is not going to really be a 1-for-1 replacement at 5'10", 201.
No.
Low BMI, low speed score, height adjusted speed score, not good. Best comparable to Myles Gaskin, like a little, little scat back.
Yeah, maybe they just want to take a little bit of the load off Henry, because I know Henry's wanting to be shopped. He wants to win one before he's done. And he's not going to win one when he's got $36 million of wasted money taking snaps. Hey, but Tannehill used to be a wide receiver in college until his last year. He flipped over to quarterback, which if you play fantasy college football, you could stick him in at wide receiver and use him, and he was a quarterback, which is the dirtiest play ever in that year of fantasy college football. This will be it for Tannehill. Derrick Henry hasn't got much left in the tank, I don't think, either. But yeah, why you slow scat back? I mean,
he's over the 10,000 carry mark, man. He's over the 10,000 carry mark. He's entering age 29 season. I mean, he's on paper, he's definitely over the age apex. A lot of people you talk to says he's built different. He's still in incredible shape. Looked like he lost a little step to me last year. There were certain moments where I think like towards the beginning of the year, you saw him get knocked off his feet by like an arm tackle. And I know you saw that. I think everybody did because it was like a primetime game. And we were like, whoa, But his values, when you look at his rook card values, they're still that of Dak Prescott or Jared Goff now. It's like.
I ripped 2016 prison boxes at $250 a box back in those days. If, cheap. But it was expensive then. Oh, I pulled a Derrick Henry camo auto out of 25. You know what I sold it for?
Ooh.
Like $35 back in those days. That thing graded now is probably $1,000 card.
Yeah, man. His autograph cards, rookie cards, are so expensive.
Yep. I was so wanted the Zeke card, obviously. I pulled Goff, a couple Goffs, like, forget this Goff guy. I got the Derrick Henry. I'm like, we'll just go ahead and sell this. Yeah. Nah, maybe I shouldn't have sold it, but, But back in 2016, the only people that were worth anything were Zeke and Prescott. That's it. Nobody else was worth anything. I did get on a ton of Michael Thomas cards in 2016, and I made a shit ton of money off those in the peak. Buying I got some serious high-end Michael Thomas cards I need to get rid of.
Now this is a hell of a name right here. Buccaneers. Pick is in here at pick 82.
You got running back?
Edge rusher. Nope. Rashad White is safe. Let's go, baby. Rashad White, another big winner from his draft besides Tony Pollard. Rashad White. I know people say his yards per carry were low last year, but look, he showed he could handle the workload. He showed he could be a receiver, and he's going to develop. He's going to develop his vision. He's going to develop some better efficiency. This is his year, man. Rashad White breakout is coming, baby. But yeah, they drafted this guy, Yaya Diaby from Louisville.
Well, at this point in time, even if they draft a running back, I wouldn't be scared of him taking any carries. I'm still mind-boggled about Tennessee taking this slow scat back. I don't understand. I really don't understand that. I mean, if they think Derrick Henry might be going over the hill, you don't draft this guy. I mean, I don't know. Hey, that's what somebody's getting paid $2 million to make that decision, right? That
complimentary role, I guess. Complimentary role. Derrick Henry doesn't really catch the ball. I don't know. This guy's a great receiver here. He never really had more than a 8% target share, but still, I mean, not
turn him into the third down spellback, I guess. But like you said, Henry is not a spring chicken anymore. He's an old man in running back years.
Riley Moss, defensive back from Iowa, goes to Denver Broncos at pick 83. Man, they're just they loading up more on the defense there. Denver, they went because they really didn't have any picks, and then they get like a little slur of picks there, and they went wide receiver, got Marvin Mims, who a lot of people like. A lot of people are big on Marvin Mims.
Yep, for sure at that point, for sure.
Then they went linebacker, Drew Sanders from Arkansas. Carter loves Drew Sanders. A lot of Drew Sanders positions down there. Look at that rank amongst linebackers, 2 out of 30. So that's a big pick right there, man. Razorback. And then they go Riley Ross, CB from Iowa, and they traded one of their other picks with Pittsburgh. So they got two picks left, but they're done for the night. They're not picking to 183 and 195. Not picking again till round 6, but they've got a couple interesting pieces. I think this is really interesting. If Carter, if you're still out there, we talked about this beginning of the stream, but I've kind of had a change of feelings for the DeAndre Swift investors. I think you got to hold them, or I think you could potentially buy them right now because of the potential trade. So the same thing could be said for Jerry Jeudy. Mims is clearly going to put a target squeeze. Maybe it's on Sutton, maybe it's on Patrick, but those guys are in locked-in contracts with Denver, so unless they're traded, it's Jeudy who's heading into the contract year who's more likely to be traded. At his age, this is your peak, right? You can get the most for Jerry Jeudy right now, or
they don't want to pay him either. This is how the league works now. As soon as it's time to pay somebody, you just
maybe he's one of those guys that happens a month or two in the season, like Christian McCaffrey did right before the trade deadline, where it's like a team has a clear need, whether it's because of injuries or they're on the trajectory to make a deep playoff run. They just need to beef up like one position. And the other team is clearly wanting to cash in. Like if Jerry Jeudy has a good start to the season and Sean Payton force feeds him double-digit targets per game, and then they trade him, kind of thing. And now all of a sudden, Mims is going to have a bigger target share. Sutton, he's not the fastest. Can't stay healthy,
and I'm not sold on him at all, man. Never have been.
He's like Allen Robinson, in my opinion, kind of like that Allen Robinson kind of profile at this point. Career trajectory. He can make some interesting contested catches, but he's not really a separator. So I like Jerry Jeudy because he's a separator. Jerry Jeudy doesn't like taking big hits. I don't know if he can really take big hits either. So I like what they've done here in adding Marvin Mims.
Yeah, they've done well with what they had because they gave away everything for Russell Wilson. Let's ride. Hopefully he rides well this year. He's in a horrible division. He's in a division that's not good for him either. You got Mahomes and Herbert. Raiders are always easy win.
Oh, we got another fantasy relevant pick in here. Let's go to the latest pick. Let's go. We got picks in. Devin Akane from Texas A&M. Uh-oh. Your speaker went back on or something.
It's probably my phone. I'll just text my wife real quick.
That's so wild, man.
Turn the Bluetooth off. Of course, it's hooked up to my computer. So as soon as I swipe the phone, the Bluetooth connects immediately.
Oh.
I got all sorts of stuff working against me. Now I know no Bluetooth devices on at all. We're good.
Did you turn? Is it still going? It's still going. Yeah,
No,
I
it's
still
off.
hear an echo.
That's weird.
Test.
Yeah, I'm here. Still doing it?
Yeah.
Is anybody else hearing the echo?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have everything turned off. I don't know what it could be at this point in time.
Okay. It's lower, but yeah, it's still there. It's just like a reverb. It's coming out from one of your audio outputs there. Like
There's
it
no,
almost
there's
sounds like it's
nothing
in the background or something.
There's nothing left on. I don't know what it could be at this point in time.
We love this Dolphins pick, though. We do. This is why we're going to be doing so many underdog drafts. I'm going to mute you just temporarily here, Corey, because I really want to talk about these underdog drafts. Some people doing these drafts before the NFL draft are in a really tough spot. Like, think about your David Montgomery shares. Think about your Tyler Algier shares. You know, maybe you were spending some significant capital on Gardner Minshew or something. But, you know, think about how the usage is going to change. Look at the wide receiver room in Houston. Look at the wide receiver room in Green Bay. Seattle. It looks like Carter was maybe drafting some Algier before the NFL draft here. Devin Akane, love this fit for the Dolphins. They needed dynamism in their running back room. All right. Hey, I don't hear any more echo, Corey.
I'm trying to connect my earbuds.
I think you're good, man. I think you got it. You know, so I don't have the audio output coming from my speakers either. I think that's why most broadcasters wear the headsets and stuff, because I think it does create some type of reverb or playback. So whenever you hear me from your speakers or your computer instead of your headset, it's then picking back up on your mic input, you know?
Yeah.
So like I've got a little earpiece in, that's how I hear you. But
That's
I have
what
a
I'm doing
microphone
right now.
up here that picks up my input. So it's like input there and then output through my ear. So that way it doesn't have a any type of recycled audio. Dude, Devin Akane can take over this backfield. I'm not sure what kind of workload he can handle, but if he can be anything like Chris Johnson, I mean, this is a great value. Look at the speed, dude. 99th percentile 40-yard dash. Doesn't have the size. So chances are he's probably not going to be able to handle a crazy workload. But you add him in there with Mostert and Jeff Wilson Jr. they picked up from the 49ers. You know, Mike McDaniel's got to get his guys. Now all of a sudden you add some sick speed, man. That Dolphins team just has so much speed. The question is, who's going to be their quarterback? You said you wouldn't touch Tua with a 20-foot pole. Do you think there's a chance that Tom Brady comes back to play for the Miami Dolphins? He says he's got friends there.
Well, now that he's divorced and I don't have to worry about it anymore, I wouldn't put it past. I think he's done. Just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I'm on the fence, honestly, because there's a lot of speculation. You know, just the right, like you said, divorce. His contract with Fox kind of incentivized him to play one more year or do something. You know, So it's like, why? Maybe you run it back one more year. Like if Tua gets one more tackle where he lands on his head, he's done, man. He's done, dude. It's so he's so fragile at this point. And I know they picked up his 5th-year option, but he's already contemplating retirement based on how fragile his head is.
Hell, it's not, Brady would be in a great situation. Are we good with the echoing? I'm running all of it through my headset now. We good on the echo?
Oh, yeah, this is fantastic. Fantastic,
all right.
Man.
Running all your voice here, so nothing out here, no feedback. So, I mean,
yeah,
I wouldn't put it past him, man. He could be 100 years old. He might wheel out there for all we know. He's older than I am.
Chargers go with the linebacker, Diane Henley. The Ravens go with the linebacker, brand play, Trenton Simpson. You know, San Francisco's finally on the clock. Their first pick, San Francisco's
they got
on the
a lot
clock.
of them coming.
Did they move up to get this pick or no? This is just their first pick here on the clock at 87. What do they do here? I mean,
defense, they go back end defense, I would assume. They got 2 more picks in this round too, so they're going to load up here. You can never have too many defensive backs. Those guys get hurt all the time. I mean, that's to me about they got a good O-line, they got the quarterback, they got wide receivers, they got 12 running backs, great defensive line, great linebackers. The only place I think they have any need is in the back end.
There you go.
You can always have a lot.
You said it, man. Defensive safety, Jair Brown from Penn State.
Here we go.
Jags are on the clock at 88. I got to think that they're going just take a chalky play, man. Here, go trenches, go defensive secondary.
I don't know how good or bad their O-line is off the top of my head, but I would assume they go defense here. Everything else is pretty much taken care of. Wide receiver, quarterback, running back. They drafted a tight end already.
I wonder if Jalen Waddle's stock has come down at all. Because I know there's not a whole lot of safety or certainty in the Tua stock, but man, that cat Jalen Waddle, I heard Tyreek Hill said that after his contract is up with the Dolphins, he is probably going to retire.
Tyreek likes money too much. I don't know if he's going to retire or not. Yeah, Waddle's expensive, comparatively speaking. I mean, I don't trust Tua at all. As soon as he had a good couple games, I dumped everything I had. There's a fire sale, but I did well off the fire sale, especially since some of them graded out. But
was there any specific card that you had that stood out the most that you feel performed the best?
His Select Prism Silver Field Level. Bought 2 of them for $40 and sold them for $300 on the PSA 10.
No way.
The other one I couldn't. Yeah, the other one I couldn't grade, so I sold it for like $85, something like that.
Let's pull up the.
But I did buy one for $100 raw, so pretty much went even on that. There's room to grow there, but I wouldn't touch them.
Yeah, tons of upside, right?
Yeah, thank you.
But
there is. It's just like Fields. Is he still going? Is he going for more in Fields? Did I see this correctly? I didn't see the top couple in comparison. Yeah, I sold his for $300.
Let's check it out.
His Field Level Silver is only selling for $176 now. I sold mine for $300.
Check it out. Well, the Prism Fields PSA 10 is going for close to twice as much. You got the Donruss. The Donruss, yeah, similar. Wow, similar. What's the pop on this? 3,389 compared to 2,323. Do you
Well, if you're
think the
looking for
print runs,
ROI,
do you think the print runs between 2020 and 2021 are similar? Or do you think there's a big jump there? Or do you think
there's
the
more.
jump was like 2019 to 2020 and then 2020 and 2021 are similar?
The big jump was 19 to 20, and there was a jump, not nearly as big of a jump from 2021. Once Panini realized they were losing their licensing, they just started pumping this stuff out. Why do you think there's so many unnumbered parallels? More unnumbered parallels means more retail we can put out. So give the retail chase. I mean, they both got room to grow, but I think even though Fields is like a little bit more expensive, I think is a little bit of a safer bet if you're looking to speculate. But Tua, I mean, like I said, you saw that for 176 on average, I saw mine for 300. There's room. There's room to grow if he can stay on the field. I do.
The
like
Jacksonville Jaguars just picked at 88, Corey. Big pick. This could impact Travis Etienne's stock a little bit. Tank Bigsby from Auburn, running back.
Great athletic score.
6 foot 210. I like that name for a running back, Tank. Like,
yeah, you can't dislike it. Well, I mean, to me, Etienne's not a guy that's going to run through the gut all the time. He's not. I don't think I never thought he was an every down back. Just depends on how much this guy's going to take away from him. You want to get him the ball, though. I mean, it doesn't do any good for his card value. You can just tell you that right now. Regardless of how much this guy plays, you draft a running back when you already have a starting running back in the third round. Your cards are going to take a hit. I like Etienne, always have, but he's always had a problem staying on the field as well.
Whoa, look at that, man. That was a tank run right there.
Ooh, he's going to wide open. Let's see what he's got.
He's got a good receiving profile, too. Looks like he's got some wiggle. Honestly, this guy looks better than that guy that we looked at earlier that was drafted.
The TCU kid?
Yeah. With the TCU guy.
The Saints guy, the guy Saints took. Well, the guy's name's Tank. I mean, he's got to be good, right?
Yeah, Kendre Miller. This guy, honestly, I'd love to get Derek's opinion on it out in the chat, and Carter. This guy looks better than Kendre Miller drafted by the Saints. I'm kind of curious to hear how Carter feels about that Kendre Miller pick by the Saints there, because I think that obviously there's video evidence of Alvin Kamara too, right? Apparently, it's rumored. So, Derek likes
there's
Tank.
Full video. There's full video evidence of him, homie, beating down that guy. So he's done. I'm assuming he's gonna be done for the season, or no one will touch him when he comes back. He'll be 28 or 29 years old.
Yeah. Him and Mixon are both pretty much done, huh?
Yeah, Mixon's about the same age, so same year. Yeah.
Yep. Same.
They don't got
same
much left
draft
in the tank.
class. Just knuckleheads, man. It's a shame. Dang, I'm liking this
rebuilding
the
for a
film
while
on this Tank, dude.
Yeah.
And the Jags are an ascending team. Like I'm all about the Jags, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, looks like he can do it all. Run through the tackles, catch the rock. So can he block on third? Can he block? So people really, I think, underestimate third blocking, picking up blitzes and everything else.
Billy thinks
he's got some decent size.
Scatterbrain's in on Tank. Derek's in on Tank. James said if he went to the Cowboys, no, this is another dodge bullet for Tony Pollard, baby. Let's go.
I'm just gonna go buy some Tony Pollard cards now, just because.
I've got to. I want all the Tony Pollard cards at the National. He's gonna be my main snipe target. My leverage is gonna be, man. You guys saw him tear his ACL in the playoffs. He's a running back. Come on. I know you guys only want quarterbacks. We'll go ahead. Let's go ahead and make this deal.
That's
for
right.
Tony
Give me your
Pollard.
Pollards.
Yeah, give me
Did you
your
get
Pollards.
Did you get your rooms
buying,
yet?
Rookie ticket autos for
Nationals?
like $10 cash. What?
Did you get your room at Nationals yet?
No, I haven't. I'm definitely going, but I haven't like booked up my my travel plans.
I posted some stuff in the Discord. I got close, so actually right next. And even like the stuff far away is like $159 at the cheapest. So just let you know it's going up and selling out, just to let you know.
Oh, well, I might have to get on
mine
that.
I was $854 for 3 nights for me.
Are you going in on Thursday?
I do love me some. Yeah. It's an 8-hour drive for me, so I'm just driving up there. I'm going to stay and then leave Sunday. Can't do the 3 cone till probably Saturday, so if I blow my knee out or my hammy, I already got all my card buying in.
The Cowboys went with linebacker DeMarvion Overshone. So
dodge another bullet.
No running back in the first 3 rounds. Let's freaking go. Don't want to miss the Rams' interior defensive line pick of Kobe Turner. I do think Tony Pollard's definitely going to miss games. I mean, he's definitely going to miss games. Potentially. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a full injury update on him yet. Was it a torn ACL? I don't think it was a torn ACL. Fractured his left fibula. Actually, he might be. It actually might be a total non-issue for 2023. I think he'll be ready to go by camp because it wasn't an ACL. I think it was just a fractured bone. So he's just in a cast and he should be, yeah, dude, this says he should be healthy well before training camp. So it should be a non-issue for 2023. Boom.
They just need somebody that can spell him because he can't do 25. He's not a 25 carry guy. They need somebody that can spell him. Just enough to keep him fresh and not break his legs. That's nice. Select orange out of 11. I've said it's a first off the line exclusive. $110. Nice.
I was watching this. I watched this cat. Carter and Derek told me about this cat. Izzy. I want some stock on this guy right here. This is the Chiefs pick. I guarantee you. Let's see. Do you think the Chiefs are going to go running back? I think the Chiefs are going to go running back, and they're going to get.
They could.
They're going to get this cat Izzy Abikanada from Pitt. Oops.
Yeah, I refreshed. I was trying to refresh the draft, and I had it on the wrong screen. It's like a multi-screen setup here. All right, Chiefs. Who the Chiefs? Chiefs could go running back. They like.
They go linebacker.
All right. Well, they do need help
Chiefs
on
go
defense.
Linebacker Dorian Williams. Defense. We got about 10 more picks left. I'm feeling pretty good, man.
Night.
Glad I had that energy drink, man. Feeling pretty good. Let's see if we can find some Tony Pollard card. Oh, Kansas City traded. They're back on the clock? Wait, what's going on here? I thought they already announced the pick. That was weird. I thought I announced a pick, but I guess it was the Bills. Maybe they had a little glitch in their software. I thought the Chiefs were on the clock at 91, but now it says the Bills picked at 91, Dorian Williams, linebacker from Tulane, and now it says the Chiefs are on the clock at 92.
Weird. Well, Chiefs need defensive help. I mean, They could always draft the RB.
Hmm.
I still can't believe they drafted Edwards-Helaire in the first round, but who am I to say anything?
Big time motor, big time hitter. Let's see, we got a tweet here from.
We can see who your top guy is there. 2019 Tony Pollard.
Boom.
I'd be scooping up his silver prisms and field level silvers if I was to flip anything. I bet you can get those for pretty cheap, probably under $20. Did they franchise tag him, or is this his last year? Pollard on under contract.
He's on a 1-year, $10 million contract. Okay. They re-signed him to a new contract.
He's getting premium money for a running back. You don't pay any running backs $10 million anymore. Dallas pays running backs $10 million a year or more. The worst running back contract ever for Zeke. Zeke's laughing his way at the bank, though. But all right, Chiefs, who you taking?
Who are the Chiefs taking here on the clock? All right. Looks like we may have Ryan from Rhinoverse join us here in a few minutes. I'm definitely flagging this Origins CSG9 here. Wait, no, okay. They kind of made it look serial numbered. No, it's just CSG9, but $15. Yeah. Yeah, Sparkle, 4 days left.
Still can't believe how cheap he is with playing for Dallas and him having the opportunity to be the show this year.
Yeah.
I like that white sparkle.
It's that injury.
I don't even know what it is, but I like it. Can't see
I think
it yet.
maybe people
white sparkles
are
nice cards.
I think some folks are misunderstanding their injury. I don't know. I guess I just assumed it was an ACL, and that he was going to miss some games at the beginning. But no, man, he's going to be good to go. He's going to be good to go by training camp. Like this card right here, it's mistitled. I love this. This is perfect right here, dude. This is like
nice card.
Purple stars, but it's got like some good color match to it. It's serial numbered out of 25, rated rookie.
Yeah, it's a first off the line exclusive.
Oh,
it's a little off centering left to right, but if you're just looking to flip it, no matter.
I'd be doing a raw flip on that one, and it'll look great in hand. I could take better pictures of it than that.
Yeah, those are terrible pictures and terrible listing. Maybe you get to capitalize on that. Oh yes, my man Charles Barkley.
You're gonna have to start saying terrible.
Wow, somebody wants that Phoenix card.
Oh, this patch?
Out of 99? I don't know about that.
I like his penmanship too. I like Tony Pollard's penmanship. Good penmanship. Yeah, I don't know about that. What's going on with this patch here?
Looks like it's a napkin. Is it the letter of his name, or what is it?
It looks like it's elevated on the outside of the card. It's like casting a shadow on the card.
Yeah, you know how people feel about their patches. Single color patches just aren't the way to get it done.
You gotta
people
pull
want
that thing out.
Multicolored patches.
Yeah, multicolored patches. I don't know what kind of patch this is. This is the weirdest looking patch.
I like me some Tony Pollard, but I would not pay $65 for that card. Out of a 99 Phoenix product, no.
Oh, it's a glove. It's supposed to be a glove.
Oh, it's a glove? Okay.
Yeah, it's a glove. All right. The Chiefs did make their pick. Offensive lineman Wanya Morris from Oklahoma.
Well, once again, can't go wrong with an offensive lineman.
There's some medical concern with Washington. Which one? Oh, tight end Darnell Washington. It looks like the Steelers. Okay, the Steelers pick is in. They went with tight end from Georgia, Darnell Washington. Apparently, the reason why he dropped so far is because there's medical concern with him. But this is tremendous value late in the third round for the Steelers. And I'm a Freiermuth guy.
Do you know Georgia had basically 2 number 1 tight ends on their team at one time? Georgia is so stacked last year and the year before.
I like George Pickens is a dog, man.
Yeah,
George Pickens is a stud.
This guy's very tall.
Steal for the Steelers right here. 6'7", 264. Big man can run a 4.6. Let's go, Steelers. Steelers know what they're doing when it comes to receiving talent. So
they always see a good value. They always do well. Very good, very well run organization.
What was like the target share on this guy? Okay, it's pretty low. I still think Muth is going to be a primary receiving tight end. I just don't want anybody to eat into Muth's target share too much because, I mean, he's got like elite tight end upside with Pickett.
This guy wasn't even number 1 tight end at Georgia, I don't think. The other kid's going to be a first-round draft pick next year. Just can't remember his name right off the top of my head. The giant kid, the giant guy. I can't remember his name. Number 19.
This guy's a massive human being for a tight end. It looks like they're highlighting a lot of his blocking skills.
Yeah, they were both massive.
Yeah, look at the size of that guy.
Brock Bowers.
Yeah, they're highlighting a lot of his blocking.
I think that looks like Brock Bowers, number 19. That's not even the right kid. Notice he's highlighting his blocking or something. Yeah, must have been. That guy's big. Jesus, he's a giant too. Yeah, Brock Bowers is a phenomenal talent. Yeah. Well, maybe they brought him in for, I don't know, blocking, I guess. They do run a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they love to run the rock. So, got to get Najee over that 4.4 yards a carry. God, Najee's been so bad with efficiency.
Yeah, but the efficiency is calculated by dividing his total yardage by the number of carries, right? So I know he had like 400 carries.
Yeah,
not last year, but his rookie season.
Talking about breaking somebody by the time they're 26 or 27 years old, Najee's going to be in that boat.
Yeah, they definitely lightened the load a little bit last year. I think partly because of that foot injury he was dealing with from preseason. So Jaylen Warren got some more touch, and Jaylen Warren had some pretty decent efficient. Jaylen Warren's like a little kind of reminds me of Josh Jacobs a little bit out there.
Yeah.
But I still am a believer. I think Najee is now to the point where he's a buy, like he's undervalued now.
Yep, Steelers are a huge market team too.
Yeah,
always good. If you can get Steeler players on the cheap, it's always a good option.
So the Cardinals pick a wide receiver, Michael Wilson from Stanford. Oh, I'm relieved that big man Darnell Washington is not going to eat into too much of Muth's target share, if any at all.
Yeah. It looks like they bought him for the blocking, drafted him for the blocking.
Michael Wilson's a middle of the road prospect, best comparable to Josh Palmer. But when you're like leading receiver for a certain period of time last year was what's his name, dude? Help me out. Not Andy Isabella because they traded him, not the little guy, but what was his name? He was a dude that just like nobody heard of, and he put up that before DeAndre Hopkins came back on the scene.
Rondale Moore. So Ryan talking about Rondale Moore? He was tiny, And he lasted about 4 or 5 games, or he broke down.
Yeah, Rondell Moore has broke down every year. What, dude? It's gonna drive me nuts. Greg Dortch, that was his name. Greg Dortch. Yeah, Greg Dortch was very fantasy relevant there for a few weeks, quite a few weeks. Marquise Brown, yeah, he broke down last year. Hopkins is the man, though. It was good to see him step back on the field. Like he's not lost really a step. I mean, he's still really good. Like,
Receivers usually can make it into receivers usually go a couple years into the 30s before they start declining.
Yeah, and I was kind of upset with Hopkins about the whole PED thing because I'm a big fan of DeAndre Hopkins. I like his story and his background and his work ethic and everything. So I'm a big fan of DeAndre Hopkins. I was a little bummed out that he got involved in PEDs and then tried to say that he didn't know he was taking PEDs, that he was just taking some supplements that his trainer gave him.
It wasn't me. It was the wasn't me defense.
Yeah, like, oh, I didn't know that's what he was putting in that powder that he gave me in that drink. I don't know.
All them guys when they get older know what they need to do to stay on the field. But you deny as soon as you get caught.
Oh, we got a guest in the house. It's Matty Ice.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I thought I'd just join in and see what's going on. How's the draft going along?
Is this your retirement party, Matt?
What? Hold on, I'm all ears. I can barely hear. Hold on. What did you say there?
How do you feel about the Anthony Richardson selection by the Colts?
Well, he'll be cool. I'll just hurt my ankle and then the rest of the year and get paid. You know what I'm saying?
You got a big head, man.
Well,
it's got some big teeth too.
What's up, man?
What's up, Ryan from Rhinoverse comic book connoisseur? I told the guys earlier that you have like a world-class Venom comic book collection, right?
Yeah. I'm like that's kind of my claim to fame is if you will. I've collected Venom for most of my life. Well, when I was younger, I collected it a bunch, and then I took a break whenever I was a musician for a period of time, and then when I settled down, became the dad, started growing my dad bod, and then I started collecting my Venom stuff again, and then so it's one of the most complete collections out there. I'm kind of insane, but I have almost every book that he's in, except for maybe about 30 books, maybe. So it's like 1,900 books or so.
You got graded versions of these CSG graded versions of these books, or they just all raw?
Yeah, I have some CGC graded, some CBCS graded.
Yeah, CGC, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm assuming you guys' first appearance graded. Was it Amazing Spider-Man 300?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
He knows what he's talking about up here. Yeah, so ASM 300 or Amazing Spider-Man 300. I do have that. Funny story about that is I have what is called a newsstand version of that.
Yeah, I got some newsstand versions of comics.
And I got it raw. When I got it for $300. It was raw. And I had it graded, and it came back at 9.4. I got it graded by CGC. Mm-hmm. Recently, I had it cracked and signed by Todd McFarlane and Michelini, who's also one of the writers. And it came back an 8.5. It dropped 3 grades. It was very.
How do you feel about sending them to people to get them pressed and cleaned up? Because I got a few books that I think could grade. Nothing crazy like Apocalypse first appearance. I got a couple Magic first appearances as people I collect. And I got a couple Emma Frost first appearances that I want to get that right now are probably high 8s, maybe low 9s. If I've seen people that can press and clean them, how do you feel about that?
I used to send mine off, and then I learned how to do it myself, and now I press and clean myself now. Okay. So CGC apparently came out with a new thing where they're able to detect if you've used any types of peroxide in it to clean the pages off. but I don't use peroxide or anything like that cleaning. I do light cleaning, I guess you'd say. I don't get into the chemicals too much. There's some things called, or there's something I use called an a magic eraser. It's from Mr. Clean.
Oh yeah, I know
that. And then I have a press that I use, and it's the pressing part of it is actually pretty fun. It's kind of it's really interesting because you can press it, and it's nice to see a comic that's all jacked up and it has like creases in it and spine ticks and whatnot. And if they're not color broken, you can get that thing looking really, really good. Bring it back to life. It's almost like resurrecting a comic book. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice. While you guys are over here talking about comic books and the ways of preserving, which is very it's very useful information because I think there's a lot of carryover to the football cards. I'm over here looking at these Bijan Robinson auctions ending in just a few minutes. I know you've been ripping a lot of new product, haven't you, Ryan?
I have.
2022 product.
I've done, I've ripped a lot of everything that's come out thus far. I didn't rip any, I don't go for like the big, what was it, the Donruss Clearly or whatever it is, where it's like $250 for a pack of 7 cards. I just can't bring myself to get something like that.
Don't. I just tell you right now, don't do it.
Yeah, I just can't do it. But I saw the cards that come out of those, I'll try to trade or collect. But I think I was telling you, man, I've been on a freaking heater with these downtowns. I have pulled. So last year, I opened a lot of blasters and stuff like that last year. I don't remember if Donruss had like any megas or anything like that, but I did a bunch of blasters. I probably did about 40 of those last year. And I think I found one downtown. This year, I've done about 12 or 13 maybe, and I pulled 5.
Now you're lucky, man. I've ripped a shit ton of Donruss, and I've never pulled one.
I know. I've talked to a couple of folks. They're like, they said they've never pulled one in their life. And then I was really, it was like when I pulled the first one, it was at Barry Sanders. I was really excited. And then when the local shop I work with here, or I do business with, it's called Houston's Sports Connection. I'll bring my product there, and they'll look through it and pull what they need for their store. And we do they give me like store credit and whatnot for it. But I took it to them, and they picked that one up, and they were pretty excited to get it downtown. Then I was going through some more, and I pulled a Josh Allen. I was like, wow, I was really, really, really couldn't believe it. A week later, I pulled a Rob Gronkowski, and I was just floored. I was like, I can't believe I pulled 3 of these. Earlier, late in the week last week, I pulled a Kenny Pickett, and then 2 days ago, I pulled Adrian Peterson.
I think you're more likely to get struck by lightning than pull that many downtowns.
I know, it's insane.
That's fire.
Ooh, look at that!
I've pulled a couple cases.
See, I want that, Alex. Who wants to trade for that? If anyone has that, I'll trade.
It's an auction ending next Friday night.
Yeah, that's going to be in the several $100 range.
Yeah, but
at least
I can't believe it. I've never when I pull, I bought a box the other day when I got that Kenny Pickett. I was like, "There's no way I'll pull one," but let me just grab one to see what happens. And when he came out, and then last night, or I think it was last night or night before last, that Adrian Peterson, I opened the pack and I was like, "No way! Like, there's no way that this is happening again." It's almost kind of scary because I'm like, "Wait a minute, what is going on here? Am I in a dream, or did I make a deal with the wrong guy, or what?"
So your Tyler Algier stock. Do you have a lot of Tyler Algier rookie cards?
I have a pretty good clip of stuff. I liked him because there wasn't a lot of his rookie cards out there. But of course, with they picking up Bijan, it's gonna, I'm wondering what that's gonna look like. I think they're different styles of runners. I don't know much about I lack a lot of the knowledge in the college realm because I do mostly pro. And so I actually got introduced to Bijan whenever he was on Pat McAfee's show, like a day or two before that. And I was like, man, that guy's really cool. I was like, I wonder. And they asked him if they thought he would go to Atlanta or somewhere else, and he didn't say anything. But the conversation they had with him, he seems like a very smart, like very knowledgeable, likes football type player. And those I think are very good players to have on a team. A lot of people have been poo-pooing the pick because they have that covered already, the RB covered, with Algier and with Patterson. But there are some other needs that they have, but they've been doing a lot of stuff in the defense on the offseason. So it will be interesting to kind of see how that turns out. And it's interesting to see that they're just going, they're sticking with Ritter, so which is cool as well.
Yeah, I got to give him a shot.
Yeah, it's Bijan Robinson's going to be like their workhorse. I think it's a great pick for him personally because that's crazy good, and he's some people are considering the best running back prospect to come out since Adrian Peterson. So I mean, he's an all-world running back, but I mean Tyler Algier is pretty much dust at this point. Maybe he gets a few carries in the background.
Yeah,
but I think you just kind of hold him, right? I mean, if you got his rook card, that's the great thing about football cards. You just hold them and see what happens, right?
Because he has potential, and if he doesn't, and now he becomes like trade capital for the Falcons, and where they could move him, and he could go somewhere and be like a good. I mean, he could go to the Texans, and do really well there. So. I didn't go and search for his cards and purchase them. All the cards that I have were through Rips. So I have that's just like how I picked up his stuff. And that's how I picked up a lot of cards. Now I did go out and purchase a bunch of Ritter and a bunch of London like signed stuff. And then I went heavy on Calvin Ridley. I'm wearing his jersey vest here. A little Ridley action here. I went heavy on Ridley because with him going to Jacksonville, I was like, yeah, I think he's gonna pop when he comes back, and I think that it's gonna be a good situation there. And I was able to pick up like signed rookie cards of his for like $5.
Yeah, I think Ridley good. If you can still get him on the cheap right now, I think it's a solid chance to take. He's a tier 1 talent. He just got some head big games going on and decided to do some gambling.
I picked this up the other day. It's I guess a rainbow one. I got this for $5.
Nice. That's a red and yellow.
It's a red yellow.
Red and yellow.
Red yellow optic prism.
So how are you gonna tell? Because there's some green in the center there, and I couldn't tell. But
so you're starting to pick up some singles, man.
Yeah. Way to go. I know you love ripping.
Yeah, he does. See, that's how Ryan got in the football card market. He's like, I've just been ripping boxes and boxes, and he's like, I've got all these cards. So he's like, who is that tight end that's been following? He's like Trey McBride or something.
Trey McBride, man.
He's like pulls these crazy Trey McBride cards out of all his boxes. But he's got all different players.
This Trey McBride. Here's one auto. Here's another auto. There's another auto. There's another auto. And I have in Trey McBride. These are all pulled, but they're different versions of the same card. But all like signed. It's ridiculous. He's been following me. You know who else is that this running back for the New England Patriots? God, what's his name?
Kevin Harris?
No. It's Pierre Strong. Yeah.
Yeah, Pierre Strong. Yeah, he's a satellite back.
Yeah. So I did pick up. I did go on a bunch of singles with Ridley because that was my spec play, I guess you'd say, because I already liked Ridley to begin with. Yeah, I'm trying to see what ones I have. I have them somewhere. I had some photos in them.
The first kicker's been taken in the NFL draft. Jake Moody from Michigan gets drafted by the San Francisco 49ers at pick 99. The first kicker is taken by San Francisco at 99. There you go.
One more round of goal, huh?
Who got picked in the first round? Man,
Rick Dickow's still out there. Go get you some Jake Moody's, man. Jake Moody.
Where is who was that first? Who was that kicker that was recently picked in the past few drafts in the first round?
It's only been one that I know of is Janikowski, but that's been a while.
That's been
Raiders
a
took him in the first round.
Cade York was drafted last year by the Browns early. Like, I want to say.
I don't think it's first round early.
No, it wasn't first round. I think the first round kickers have been drafted by the Bucks. When did the Bengals draft Evan McPherson? So Cade York last year was drafted pretty early by the Browns, and then Evan McPherson by the
Janikowski is the only one that's been in the first round in modern history. So
okay,
second or third.
Wasn't a Robert Aguayo drafted by the Bucks in the first round?
He was drafted very early, yeah, because he kept missing stuff.
Second round, he's second round.
That's
second
right.
round.
Mike Nugent was second round.
That Agora guy, though, he went all crazy. He started missing stuff like crazy. He got like the
yips.
Yeah, it was sad. Like at first it's kind of comical, then it just becomes real sad because he had to go to get mental help from that. Because there's Ridley rookie action signed.
That's a nice Ridley. Love Spectra. Spectra's a good car.
This is my first, and I didn't pull it. I want to pull one day, a one of one, but this is my first one of one I've ever owned. And it's one of the
printing plate
or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another rookie one. So, who do you collect? Stick.
I'm a Ohio State guy, but only Ohio State and Washington Commanders. I got a pretty. I got a ton of Michael Thomas, Ezeke graded, all graded, most of the stuff's graded. Antonio Gibson. I got a ton of Justin Fields graded cards. Chase Young. My Curtis Samuel collection might be the best one in the world. So I got a ton of his stuff. I got a lot of one-on-ones of him, flawless stuff, a couple cracked ice autos from contenders. You get that stuff for cheap when he was drafted. Now, I mean, it's still cheap comparatively speaking to everything else, but it's basically Ohio State and Washington guys. I'm just like you. Even when I flip stuff, I have to have some sort of emotional attachment to it. I just can't just randomly buy guys that I don't like to flip. I just don't get into it that way. So, yeah, I got a lot of comics too. Nothing like your collection, I'm sure, but I got a lot of comics. A lot of old Valiant, low print run stuff, graded. Tons of early 80s, late 70s Marvel stuff. Like I was talking about I got stuff I want to get graded. I don't think I got any 9.8 stuff lying around, but I have some 9.8 graded stuff that I bought. So,
well, yeah, as of recently, CGC is their grading has become absolutely insane. To where they're either they've decided to get hardcore all of a sudden and be super, super, super nitpicky on everything where they used to be really loose. But in fact, I knew, I used to say, if I want to get a good grade on something, I'll send it to CUC because I know I'll get a good grade on it. But I was always against the CUC stuff because I knew that was going to ruin the market if they kept doing that. Because if you're getting graded stuff and it's not you get 9.8s, but then you can see spine ticks or whatever in it, but they graded 9.8, it becomes worthless at that point. I mean, not worthless, but it's not. You have to be true to the grade. CBCS has always been very true to their grading, so I think that their prices will, even though they're technically deemed a lesser version of CGC, I believe later on down the road they'll be deemed more accurate and become more valuable.
Well, I guess I'll be sitting in there then.
I haven't sent anything to grading for cards yet. I've only purchased graded cards, and I don't even have that many purchased ones.
I've sent a lot of cards to PSA, and I'm gonna tell you right now, if you want to hold value in your cards, only send to PSA.
Really?
Everybody talks about CG. I like CGC's okay. Beckett has lost a ton of value. Beckett used to be the number one, but PSA is just, you're talking 2-3 times difference in graded cards. It's just the way it is. It's just the industry standard, man. It's PSA or bust, really. Vintage cards, though, you can send to SGC. SGC is known for vintage cards. If you got like older, like 50, 60, 70 stuff, SGC is probably the way to go. But if it isn't vintage, everything else goes to PSA, or you're just going to lose value. Some of the 90s and early 2000 stuff that was graded by Beckett, like Jordans and old LeBron James, and that still holds hell of value. But PSA is just the industry standard now. So
I have
sent a lot of cards in.
I have a bunch of old baseball cards that my father-in-law found in an old abandoned house a long time ago, and he got them and just put them in a styrofoam cooler, and he pulled them out after he's had them up there for like 10 or 15 years. They're already old when he got them, and there's some old, but I can't tell if they're like reprints or what they are. I need someone that knows what they're talking about to sit with me on the baseball stuff, because I can't tell if there's a gold mine.
What years are you talking about?
I mean, it's older stuff. I mean, some like
Hank, 70s, 60s.
Hank Williams.
60s.
Is it Hank Williams?
Hank Aaron.
Hank Aaron. There's supposedly a Hank Aaron rookie card, but it looks to be, I can't tell if it's a reprint or not. So I need to there is one in it that's reprinted, but this one doesn't look the same. So I'm trying to figure out how to distinguish these things.
Older cards are easier to counterfeit. Not to saying they are, but I mean, grading companies will authenticate the card for you. And older cards like that, it might not have a lot of value. It costs you $19 to send in. If it holds a lot of value, it's going to cost you more. These
are pretty. I mean, they're not in tip-top shape by any means. So one of the other things I wanted to do was try to, because there's water damage and they're not they're not flat and whatnot. I wanted to look into not like a restoration, but try to I wonder what would happen if you pressed a card, if it would an older card like that, if you could get it flat. I've heard of people that they look. I guess the graders look at the trimming of edges and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know of anything. I'm not trying, and by no means am I trying to cheat. I'm just trying to see like in comic grading, they know that things are pressed, and they those things are recognized as not being restoration. But I don't know what's good in the grading aspect and what's not, or if it's negatively frowned upon, or there's a whole. I was telling Andy the community with cards and the community in comics is so different. It's a very, very different culture in both of them. Comics is very nostalgic driven. It's very they hold true. They want, things that are true to the story, and they don't but they also are very, the cards are more cash money driven. It's more money driven type of community.
A lot of those guys got out though. A lot of those people that drove the market into 10 times value got out. So I think we're back down to a lot of the serious collectors. Just my personal opinion. But hey, Jonathan asked a good question. If you were looking at that, Andy.
Jonathan O'Connor says, what do you guys make of the rumor PSA is intentionally giving out less 10s to inflate their value?
Yeah, so just to jump in on that a little bit, I feel as far as the comic side, CGC used to give a lot more higher grades because they wanted people to have a good feeling when they send their books in. Because when you send the books in, you get it back and it's a lower grade, it's a crappy feeling. So they had a tendency to lend a higher grade to get more books sent to them when they were trying to compete against CBCS. And doing it, I think that's where they made a mistake, because they were tainting the industry. But I do think that there are some, what he's saying there. I think that there is some manipulation there to kind of steer for the cause of their company or that particular thought. I don't know if it's exactly intentionally to let less ends or not, but PSA is so scammy. Yeah.
I've sent probably 200 cards in last year at about 80% gem rate, but I take hours upon hours to look cards over. So I don't know. There's always stuff floating around about PSA. The only thing I'd say about it is it's the number one place to get your cars graded if you want the value, period. No matter if they're scammy or what they do. As of right now, if you're looking at straight value, it's PSA. No, hands down.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah. See, if they're holding the market, they're gonna now. The goal is to try to hold. And I think CGC was like that. They are the kings of the market. But then they're like, well, how do we stay here? And I don't know. When I first got into cards, the wait times to grade a card was like a year. Like
it's not like that anymore.
Yeah, I heard. But what made the difference though?
They quit taking cards. They tripled, quadrupled their staff, and now the card market has gone way down from when it was a year and a half ago. Not as many people are submitting. I've sent bulk submissions in, get them back in 5 weeks, 4 weeks. They used to be a year and a half, not so much anymore.
Now, does the market feel like it's gone down because, like, you're talking primarily football, or are you talking about just overall?
All of it.
And you think it's because
there's a ton of free money given out here over the last couple of years, and people are just spending it. So that money's not there anymore. The real collectors are what's left, and people like us.
Yeah, it's interesting because the comic market seems to have been taken slowed down a tremendous amount as well. When I got into cards, I got into it for the wrong reason. I got into it. I was like, I could make some money in this realm and probably do decent. And then my comics is like a passion. But in doing that, I got into it for the wrong reasons, and it showed in the way my feeling was when I was opening packs or buying stuff. It didn't feel good. So I took a step back and kind of stopped for a minute and took a week and kind of just reflected on whether or not I wanted to go forward. And that's when I was like, look, I'm going to do like I do in my comics and collect what I like. And if I collect what I like, I never lose. And so that's kind of where I've landed.
That's how I've always been with cards. It's a smart way to go. There's an emotional investment. Even if the cards lose some value, they still have some, a tie to you.
Yeah, and I want to test out Andy's some of his algorithms there and whatnot. That's why I want to see like some of his stuff for selling the eBay, doing the eBay posts and whatnot, and see. So I've been saving like all this stuff and separating it and whatnot, and getting ready to move this stuff.
Yep. All right, so we missed some picks there.
Yeah, I was trying to see what
we went off on a tangent, but
the draft is over for tonight. There was I got to go back and pull it back up. The 49ers drafted Cameron Latu. It kind of looks like a deep sleeper prospect there. And there was another wide receiver taken. Dude, I have to go. I can't even remember it, man. It's late over here. We're wrapping up, guys. But let me go to the live draft tracker.
What do you think about the Houston Texans move yesterday?
Well, the Houston Texans, I think that they didn't need to move up to 3. I was happy that they picked CJ Stroud at 2, but I don't think they need to move up to 3 to get Will Anderson when there's a lot of I get it. He was like a 2-time award winner. I mean, he's like one of the best defensive edge rushers in the class, and you got DeMeco Ryans there trying to make his stamp, but I don't know, man. There's a lot of edge rusher talent as we've seen in the past 24 hours in this draft. I don't think they really need to move up to get to trade with Arizona to get him. Do
you think they would have been there at 12?
No, he wouldn't have probably, but I just think there was a lot of other value there at 12 that they could have easily gotten. Easily.
Well, it wasn't that guy touted as the number one draft. It was the best overall athlete of the draft, or like the best one at the pick. Maybe not the best quarterback, but the best overall pick. As far as
a lot of analysts said Jalen Carter from Georgia was the best overall athlete in the draft, but he's got some he's a little feisty off the field. So I think some teams are worried about containing him. Ultimately, the Philadelphia Eagles crushed this draft, because they got like the entire championship Georgia defense now on their team. So they just like freaking crushed this. Let me go to the latest picks. Yeah, it was Mekhi Blackman for the Vikings there at the very end of the third. You had Cameron Latu, a tight end from Alabama that went to San Fran at 101. You had Trey Tucker. That's the wide receiver from Cincinnati Bearcats, Trey Tucker. And then before that, it was the kicker, Jake Moody. So we just missed those last couple picks. It's been an exciting draft, man. The chaos ensued yesterday, big time, with your Falcons taking Bijan at 8. But you had the trade with the Lions, the Cardinals. You had Anthony Richardson going to the Colts. It was fun, man. It was fun. And tonight's been a great night because you had so many skill position players get drafted. There's a massive winners in Tony Pollard, Rashad White. Hendon Hooker went to the Lions, which I'm freaking ecstatic about. So, I mean, a lot of good takeaways. It's going to definitely be a lot of big takeaways coming out of this.
So with Bijan going to the Falcons, didn't he become like the third or highest paid running back in the league now?
I think with that early first round capital, yeah, he's going to get a good contract for sure.
I think the minimum that they have minimums now they have to give at least, and I think with that minimum, I think he became the third or fourth highest paid RB now in the league.
Wow.
It used to be a lot more. They had to curve that stuff because first round draft picks were getting more than quarterbacks and running backs in the league. They had to knock it down. They put maximums they can get for kids now.
I saw someone
there'd be a lineman taking the first round make like $80 million right off the bat. So
I saw someone say that that it's like those type of things that kind of mess up that the negotiations for other RBs that are like, well, hey, this dude's getting paid as a rookie, so on and so forth. Did y'all discuss Lamar's deal at all?
Jackson? Oh yeah, I mean, highest paid player in NFL history. Yeah, we talked about that last night.
Now, did they get?
I wouldn't have gave him that money.
Did they get D-Hop over there too?
No, D-Hop is still on Arizona, unfortunately. And Arizona did draft a wide receiver. They drafted their first round pick on a left tackle for Kyler Murray. Got a little bit of offensive line help.
Or if was it Stroud was the number one pick, right? Or who is it?
Bryce Young.
Young. Do you think his height is going to be a factor?
A lot of people do. He's undersized, man, but he's got elite scan progression and ability to process what's happening at a very, very rapid pace and an ability to execute at a very high level of accuracy. So that's why he's picked ultimately. He can step in and run an NFL offense at a high level.
He's shorter too than Breeze, though, right?
A little bit, yeah. I think by an inch or two.
It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. I was thinking back, like I was like, man, I wonder, like, because he's like under, he's short, and I think he's just under 200 pounds, I believe, or right at 200 pounds. And I'm like, wait, man, I'm right at 206, so I probably could have played football, you know. But maybe back in when I was 21, though, I think I weighed 155 pounds away. So then I got the dad bod kicking, so then I put on a little weight. So how are the Bucks been looking?
Well, it's the Rashad White's a winner, and we're gonna have either one of Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask as our quarterback. We're gonna roll with Baker. We've drafted defensive linemen and offensive linemen. That's what we've been doing. That's all we've been doing. It's been a very unexciting draft for the Bucks, drafting a bunch of linemen.
I got a bunch of Trask, man. I kept him. Every time I kept coming across, I'm like, man, Brady's gonna sit down sooner or later. When he does, Trask's gonna be ready to rock. So I'm interested to see how that's gonna turn out.
Yeah,
got
I
a lot of
mean,
fast
it's a good chance that Baker could win the starting job out of the gate. But
yeah,
I think Baker's got the starting job out of the gate. I don't think it's even a contest.
no contest. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, a lot of people that I listen to, say it's Baker's job. So
His job to
I get it.
lose.
Yeah, I get it. So we'll see what happens. My expectations are not very high for my team. Honestly, I'm hoping that we tank, even though I know we're not, because our defense is probably a little bit too good, and we just added some guys on defensive line, and Todd Bowles is going to dial up the blitz because this is pretty much his final year as head coach, his job on the line. So Baker's going to be doing his hero ball thing. So hopefully that's good for Mike Evans and my Mike Evans collection. And Chris Godwin gets back to elite form. And Baker can throw the ball good. But, I'm not too optimistic. I wouldn't be expecting too much. But you never know, man.
Are you stocking up on Wilson?
Which Wilson?
Garrett?
Oh, Garrett Wilson? I would love to, man, but his prices are so expensive. Now with Aaron Rodgers on the Jets, he's like untouchable. Dude, his prices are insane. Wouldn't you agree, Corey?
I pulled a bunch of his stuff, so I kept it on the side.
Should have been touching him about 6 weeks ago. Not anymore. I got a couple of his cards at cheap a while ago.
Olave will have any better production with old Carr behind him.
100%. Yeah, this is going to be a great year for Chris Olave. I think he comes at a premium, but his premium is a lot lower than Garrett Wilson, and the upside's not quite. I don't think the touchdown upside may be quite as high, but I am very bullish on Chris Olave at his current prices, and that division's wide open. Really, I mean, think about it. I mean, honestly, the Saints could very well win the division this year.
Well, being that I am a bird, I hate the freaking Saints. I can't hate it with the passion.
I do too, but
the only ones I hate probably more is the Cowboys. But it's hard, because it's hard to carry any of those cards in my house, Cowboy stuff. I just give them away to whoever is a Cowboys fan or whatever. I just here.
Hey, Tony Pollard fan right there. He'd be all about him. You got any Tony Pollards for him?
Don't have any Pollard stuff, or else I just send them your way that you have it. Because I just cannot stand. I can't have it in my house. It makes my house stink. So
what, Dallas Cowboys cards?
Yeah, I have Cowboy cards, and it's it feels like someone died in my room. So I have to get them out.
Yeah, dude, send me all the Tony Pollards. Let's make a deal.
I'll see.
Tony Pollard.
I still have that Mike Allstott signed card from
Mike Allstott.
Derek Richards. Derek is trolling you about the Falcons.
Nobody hates the Falcons. We all know they would choke it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Y'all just have
fun. You guys to tank this year, which I think it would be great. I'm not sold on Desmond Ridder at all. I don't think Desmond Ridder is a winner. So I think that if you guys
Caleb Williams incoming.
Yeah, Caleb Williams. If you guys tank, then you get Caleb Williams.
Well, I think that's why I kind of feel like that's probably what they're kind of looking at. I think they're look, we're going to go roll with Ridder. If he does good, great. Then we'll develop and he'll do good. If he doesn't and he sucks, and then next year we'll have we'll be in lineup to pick up someone hopefully good. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how that turns out. I think Ridder was very conservative in what he does, and I think that what's his name now? I can't think of the coach's name, but I think coach was being conservative with everyone that came to throwing the ball. He just was not comfortable with anybody letting it go for whatever reason.
Who, Arthur Smith?
Yeah, Smith. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he comes from Tennessee where he handed it off to Derrick Henry 378 times.
I mean, he was trying.
He ran the ball at the highest rate in the NFL last year.
Yeah, I know. You look at Algier, he was started the last 4 games, but he was had the second, some of the highest touches of a running back throughout the year, even though he only played like the last 4 games. So, yeah,
Falcon's going to run the ball like 45 times a game.
Yeah.
Ain't no doubt about it. Ritter's not throwing the ball. If they got to throw the ball, they're just going to hand it to Bijan. That's going to be their. Oh, this is 3rd and 10. Bijan.
Yeah, especially after Ritter throws a few more picks. You know,
you really poo-pooed on him, aren't you? You really soured on that deal.
Ritter's not good, dude.
Dude, he face planted. Like I'm not a big college football follower, but I have followed a lot more, and I study these guys throughout the draft process and stuff. And Ritter, he tested good at the combine. He's got good straight line speed. His agility is bad though. His lateral quickness, and he face planted in the college football playoffs in his senior year, like face planted. So just be forewarned.
Well, I mean, I think that like who's one of the worst who's one of the worst mobile quarterbacks out there?
Who's one of the worst mobile quarterbacks out there? I guess Marcus Mariota.
Tom Brady.
Who's like what do you mean, Tom Brady? Tom Brady's not mobile. I think you said mobile. Worst
mobile quarterback out there.
I see. You basically meant to say who's the least mobile. Like who's the least mobile? Yeah, Tom Brady. I mean, yeah.
He moved when he needed. He wasn't running the rock, but he moved around the pocket well, just like Peyton.
Yeah, just saying like so but what Tom was he was smart, and that's one of the I'm waiting to see with Ritter is I've heard him in a lot of interviews and whatnot. I want to see what type of football IQ he has going forward, because you don't have to be real mobile to move around and whatnot to know how to position the ball and put it in the right spot. So if he's able to do that, then the mobility will be won't be as big of a deal. But he's gonna he needs to show some cojones and really take the lead, which he hasn't done yet either. So so now with him, like they're like saying, okay, here's the keys to the Lambo that Bijan's letting you borrow. So do what you can, and if he doesn't show out, then they're gonna discount him and they'll pull someone else.
They just see the. I mean, 4-13, Caleb Williams. It's a rebuild year, man. You don't want Ritter to go 7-10. Do you? Do you want Ritter to do 7-10 or 8-9 and you get a 12 or 13th round pick?
I didn't want him to do really good or just to really suck. One of the two.
That's obvious choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
But really good for Atlanta. What's really good for Atlanta right now, though? You think 8-9, 9-8, 10-7?
It's always like a playoff thing. So it depends on who. I guess really how everyone else does in that division. I mean, that division last year was like
you got a terrible division, so that's a bonus.
Yeah, so it's like who's going to suck worse than make it into the playoffs last year. But they got Panthers though, so who
you got the receipts. You going to show the Desmond Ritter?
What?
Is he going to show you showing the Desmond Ritter faceplate? Oh, Tom Brady. Oh, okay.
Oh, you saw that? He did juke out Brian Urlacher.
Oh no! Urlacher must have blown his knee out in that play. That's the only way that's happening.
Man, I mean, Brady was like, oh man, he was. I tell everyone I love watching Brady, and I try to soak it all in because.
Are you kidding me? That's what you're talking about, Derek? The juke. That was the worst play by Brian Urlacher in his
shoulder
career.
Shake right there.
That's Barry Sanders. That's what are you talking about?
He caught him on that angle.
Bad angle. Yeah, he got him a bad angle too.
He froze
any
him.
sort of a lateral movement. He was missing that tackle.
For cutting that Mariota card, I'm gonna send you some of his cards next year when he contributes and gets. Does Mariota with Is Mariota with the
Eagles? He's a backup for the Philadelphia Eagles now.
Well, he's mobile quarterback. They had to replace a mobile. I got to get a backup mobile quarterback. I mean,
Now that's
you
where
don't
you
have to change you don't have to change your playbook because you're your other quarterback. You got to replace him with
You
somebody.
just run RPOs. I mean,
Yeah.
Mariota may actually be able to succeed in the Eagles' offense if anything were to ever happen to Jalen Hurts.
He got
If he can't
butthurt
succeed
and left.
there,
He got butthurt and left the
There's no
Falcons
hope.
like out of the blue.
So,
when they
Mariota
started-
second pick in the draft, bad idea.
What's that?
Mariota was the second pick in the draft. I don't know what Tennessee was thinking when they drafted him.
So when they started, they said they were going to start Ritter. Mariota's up and left and went home. He didn't tell them. He just left.
Do you blame him? You're getting replaced by a third-round draft pick quarterback, and you were the number 2 pick in the draft. I mean,
yeah.
Well, him and Jameis that year. I mean,
and I like Mariota because he's a surfer, and I'm a surfer as well. So I was excited when he came over to the Falcons. That's cool. We got a surfing quarterback. So, but
good stuff, guys. We are gonna Ryan and I are gonna start up like a new show series every once in a while, like on the weekends. We're called Ryan's Store Review, and it's gonna be, we're gonna walk through brand new people. We're gonna walk Ryan through setting up his store, prioritizing his cards, like how to list them, what prices to list them at, the different cards he's got. We're gonna go through like prioritizing different players and comping out the cards and going through the whole process and kind of documenting that journey and sharing it with all you guys. So I'm excited about that, and Ryan are going to kick that off here pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm going to use the stuff that everyone has access to. When you're a Patreon member, you have access to different data for research and whatnot. So using that data to facilitate the selling on eBay. So the eBay store will be fresh. It'll be a brand new store because I have it. I've sold maybe 5 things on it my entire life. So it'll be brand new, but it'd be interesting using the data and the stuff through the Patreon membership, using that information to be able to get sales and how well will it do in a year. So it'll be interesting.
Yes, just be ready for eBay to take that 13.25%.
Yeah.
Off your shipping and taxes. They don't take it off the subtotal. They take it off the total.
Did they have you all seen their live thing yet? The eBay live sales or anything?
I've dialed into it once or twice.
Yeah, I haven't checked it out yet. I don't
kind of like Whatnot. I avoid it.
Whatnot has got a bad name doing right now. They are doing bad things over there.
I don't touch Whatnot. It's shady as shit. There's guys dipping out on cards all over on that place.
The what?
They're dipping on cards all over, having breaks, taking cards, not shipping them to people. They're hitting big cards and stuff like that. It's all over the place.
Well, they also
multiple breakers caught. Stay away from Whatnot. Personal opinion.
They also got there was some, I think it was his backyard or whatever it was. They were getting tipped off on.
Yeah, that's a whole nother concept.
What numbers?
That's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
They're getting loaded boxes. That's the word on the street.
Yeah, I got I work so I do another show with someone with a group called Beyond Wednesday. It's a guy, Brian McClay. They have a lot of good intel into guys that are on that platform, and they're big on like exposing things. And so there's been a lot of conversation and talk around that whole setup over there. So it's definitely it was a great idea and it got real popular, and I think people just get greedy. I mean, that's just what it is. It really takes
the beast
too, because when you see someone hitting stuff when you see people hitting, it kind of gives you a feeling like, oh, if they're doing it, then I can do it. But then you're going out buying and it can't happen because you're not getting the same type of things they're getting. It's like the reason. So I don't buy a lot of retail. Like I'll buy a blaster here and there. I bought some Donruss because I started hitting these things all of a sudden. It's just like, well, might as well, when you got a hot hand, might as well roll with it. But I buy hobby boxes and because I want that feeling from like what's on Whatnot. And when you go through hobby boxes, you have it's just a more fun product to crack.
Retail shit. That's just Panini retail's crap. It's just case in point. You're very unlikely ever going to get your money back on the box unless you hit a case hit, and that is far and few between. You got very lucky. I don't know. We're gonna tell you how lucky you got with the downtowns, but that doesn't happen. So
yeah, that doesn't happen.
I've opened up thousands of dollars in retail, and
same here. I mean, like it was weird whenever a Prestige came out this year. They're one of the first ones to come out, and one thing I have noticed is that when the product first hits the shelf, those boxes seem to have more hits in them than the ones like that after that first kind of wave. Because like with Prestige, when they first came out, I think I pulled like 3 autos out of there, out of some blasters. And then it was like dried up. I was like, man, surely it can't be just, but I started seeing it as a trend, and all of that, the very first few, like when they first hit the shelves, those will typically have a little more hits than the ones after that.
Yeah, there's a lot of shadiness in this industry, unfortunately.
It is very unfortunate, but it is not just there. I mean, in comics, they do like a count. They do like a numbered count. Like you'll see some of the cards that are numbered, but they don't stamp them. But they'll say they have like a print run of 500. But like with Marvel, they can't print less than 3,000 per Marvel rules. So what do they do with the rest of those? They say they burn them or tear them up, or I don't know, save them for later when they need more money. Yeah, so it's weird. I know Andy probably ready to shut it down and hit the sack. He's fake.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys tuning in.
Thanks
And
for jump on.
Great draft stream. Looking forward to doing the top takeaways this coming week, and looking forward to kicking off a Ryan Store review in the coming weeks. Probably maybe even as soon as next weekend. Getting this thing rolling. So day 3 tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow. Unfortunately, I may be able to pop on temporarily, but I doubt it with
3
my
days
family
straight?
obligations.
Your wife's going to kill you.
Not, for metaphorically, yeah.
3 days of streaming. She's like, what is going on?
We're not going to see Mr. Irrelevant? What the hell's going on here?
Yeah. Let's grow
this thing
to let's grow this thing to 20K subscribers and 1,000 patrons, and I'll convince her.
Yeah, grow your business, man. Thanks for having me on. Much appreciated.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you.
Good luck, everybody. Have a good night. Yeah, for sure, man. Have a good one, man.
All right.
We'll catch you
guys.
Later, guys.
Later.